how to open my inventory. Why is the innkeeper like a creepy dude standing on a table? Eight sovereigns. Very expensive. So let's do it anyway. Barely healed me. The gate's mechanism's broken. Wow. Oops. to push the sewers. As in we go. Made their way into the reeking blackness. So we're gonna sneak into the castle through the sewers. Bookmark that. Put a normal save as well if I can figure out the button. Right here. God, it's so slow. 2.
Go there.
A figure moved in the tunnel, seemingly having appeared from nowhere. A young boy halted them. Oh, I forgot to put on my filter for the game screen. One moment. Perfect. Who would be you, and what would you in the Thieves Highway? Especially, what would you be doing in the Thieves Highway? What business do you have here? I be Senior Locklear, and I do whatever I will in the Princess Sewers. If you're half as intelligent as you seem, then I would advise you step out of our way. Fast with the blade I am. Step any further and I'll do ya. I will. Only thing you will do, my young friend, is die an unfortunate death on the point of my sword. I used to spar with Jim in the hand, and I'm a faster blade than he. Do you still wish to cross me? Jim in the hand? He's a legend, sire. Next you'll be telling me you've lain with the Empress Lacacia of Kesh. I'd advise you to be nice-like. However, cause I got 5 blokes waiting a little on down to make sure nothing happens to me, see? I don't suppose you've come on behalf of Senior James, have you? Senior James? You don't... Well, perhaps we have. Alright then, down to tax. If he didn't send you, he'll be answering to the upright man and not me. So I wash my hands of it. Just watch your steps down here. There's a bit of trouble going on. Good day. Wait, we don't know our way around down here. I look like a bloody page to you? I got affairs of my own. What's I gots to do? Just answer a few questions. Right then. As long as you don't ask me anything that might get me in the hots with the Nightmaster. What do you want to know? I happen to have an extra set of picklocks laying about, would you? Could be I would. That would depend on what you have to offer me. How about a royal pardon the next time you end up in the hands of the city guard? Oh, that'd be very nice. How about the Princess Palace while you're at it? I'd have to be cockle-headed and 3 pence short to buy it in on a fib like that. Or a fib what like you would just told. No quicker than you're out the highway. And you'd have forgotten it in a mocker minute. You'll have to do better. How about gold? That's the language. 25 sovereigns. Okay. He should have shook him. Guess there's nothing to talk to him about. Already the way out. Ladder disappears into a small dark hole in the ceiling. Climbing several rungs, Owen turned to the others and called down. There's a lot great up here. Should we try to open it? Yes. Luckler shook his head. The lockmaker knew what he was doing. He said it's beyond my ability. I can't open it. You have 100% lockpicking, dude. Someone's tampering before us has done this lock in. Broke the mechanism trying to pick it. No one will get through this lock with a key, pick locks, or otherwise. Okay, so it's already broken. There's a button to quick save. B does it. That's a dead end. Broken again. That's where I just came from. Oh. That is a damaged sword right there. Not rotten. They were not alone. Their opponents seemed completely prepared for an attack, making Gorath wonder if there were reinforcements nearby. In any event, judging by their posture, he guessed they were well trained. Ninjas. They're all melee enemies, so turtle up in the corner. Stay away from my caster. Wait, where's it going? I accidentally pushed A. How do I turn it off? The auto battle is so bad. Oh my goodness. Well, there's a dot there. The group shambled towards them, worshippers of Kiswa, the red-jawed hunter. The group moved in a disorderly clump. The hollows underneath their vacant eyes adorned with blood-colored whorls of pigment, displaying a three-fingered hand, a ritual mutilation of the priestly caste. A large figure rasped, "Today Giswa ordains that you shall be his prey." wonder if just defending while you're standing next to an enemy raises defense, even if they don't swing at you. Every lockdown here is broken. Already have the spell, it said. Did I just walk in a circle? What? We need some bolt cutters or something. All the locks in this place are broken. Ah, it's James. By the 12 gods, like Locklear, your hair. Just like you, Jimmy. Haven't seen you in 7 months. Then I rescued from abandoned Nighthawks, and the first thing I'm going to talk about is my bloody change of hair color. What's going on around here? Front gate smashed, and there are Nighthawks loose in the sewers. Not Nighthawks, imposters. Someone has been trying to convince Prince Aretha that the Guild of Death has re-established operations here in Krondor and is using the sewers as their hideout, hoping that the Lancers will come down and clean out the place. In doing so, I think whoever is running this game hopes that the Lancers will root out the Mockers while they are at it. What? Take out the Guild of Thieves? Doesn't seem likely from all the things you've told me from your days as a Mocker. More to the point, we know now a few of the Nighthawks escaped to Romney when we smashed them up after that affair with Princess Anita. I certainly won't dare tread Krondor's streets for a while yet. I've been tracking around down here trying to find out more when I ran into those fellows. So, why have you come back so soon to Krondor, Lucky? Thought you were going to be gone for 6 or 4 months or so. I got bad news from the Northlands. Looks like the Dark Brothers are stirring again. They raised Myrmidamis's battle standards over Sorceroth. There's a Mordor army gathering to attack the kingdom. This Mordor used to be one of their clan chieftains, something of a hero during the Rift War against the Serani too. I thought Prince Aretha would be interested in talking to him. I don't like this, Lucky. The Mordor's stirring again in the north and someone mimicking the Guild of Death. My bump of trouble says that things are going to get far worse before they get better. I assume since you're down here that you're trying to get into the palace the way I showed you a few years ago? Yes, I was thinking I would have to pry off the grate somehow, but if you have the key, it would save me a great deal of trouble. Still on me. It's all yours. I can find my own way into the palace. I'm going to creep around a little while longer down here, see if I can unravel this particular mystery. Suit yourself. I, for one, am anxious to get out of this hole. Come and get me for breakfast tomorrow after I've spoken to Prince Aretha. Royal Key at Krondor. See why thieves might be interested in getting hold of a key that opens every door in the prince's palace. Huh. How's it going, Iggy? Oh. It's the first time we've seen a hole. It's been okay so far. I'd say it's a mediocre game at best. I think the story is why most people would play this one, and I've already read the book a long time ago, so I'm probably not going to be surprised at all. Visually, it looks absolutely terrible. It's like some of the worst graphics I've ever seen in a video game. It's like hurts your eyes the whole time you're playing. It has some okay ideas going on, but they're all copied from other games as well. You know, you gotta light a torch up, or you can use a spell for D&D style lighting. The most unique thing in it is that your health actually affects all of your abilities. So if you're like 50% health, it means you have 50% accuracy and everything. And the way it works overall is that there's a stamina buffer before the health that will make it so that you're, you know, fully effective as long as you have full health. So the enemies have to like break your stamina before they can hurt your health. And then once your stamina is completely out, you use your health to attack and everything, like in place of stamina. But the lower your health gets, the less effective your character is. So, now that's kind of cool. Then they have this like stupid level. This is like your leveling system. Your character doesn't really level. So they have where you can specify what you're going to focus on at the moment. You know, turn these little red things on, but you can change them anytime. And like how long they're on has no effect or anything. The only thing that has any effect is how few of them are on. So if you have one on, it'll do 3 times as much as having 3 on. For the building up of that ability. If you have them all off, it's the same as having them all on. So yeah, it's kind of dumb because that means that like you go into this menu while you're repairing your weapons and stuff and turn only weapon craft on. If you're repairing armor, you turn only armor craft on. If you're lockpicking, you turn only lockpicking on. It's just an additional pointless menu. It's not a good system at all. Yeah, you know, it kind of uses like the Final Fantasy II or Elder Scrolls style for progression. The more tired your characters get as well, their peak stamina goes down. So you go to an inn to get it back. So that's like pretty much the only things that are unique in this game. Everything else is like pretty normal. Why does the ground look different there? Huh. Another hole. The only way you get across that is to swing across it. There's a small hook in the ceiling. Oh. I didn't know I could actually swing across. I guess I was supposed to do that over there. Darn it. Guess the thieves all used the locks that are on these grates for practice and broke all of them. All of the ladders here have been pointless so far because you can't actually lockpick the thing on top of it. Yeah, we're in the sewers under Krondor at the moment, trying to get into the palace to report to the prince. It's pretty much the very start of the game still. Still like the first main objective. Oh. I think we found it. Check where I'm at real quick just so I know a general idea. It's like northeast corner. Okay. The gate swung open. Revolted by the thick scent of excrement in the chamber, Locklear hastened to the ladder affixed on the far wall and ascended its filth-slick rungs. Behind him, Gorath and Owen reluctantly did likewise, gaffing on the noxious vapors in the shaft. This is nothing, Locklear grunted, shoving upwards against the grating. All the windows in the palace are open right now. They ought to smell it in the winter. Darkness surrounded them as they slithered out of the privy. Their only impressions of the chamber provided by the faint flicker of distant firelight. 10 yards before them, the hall joined with an elaborate colonnade stretching in either direction. Somehow I hadn't pictured my first visit to Krondor like this, Owen sighed, falling blindly into step behind Gorath and Senior. What you didn't like the romantic tour? Locklear chuckled. How many people get to see that way into the palace? Drawing up short, Locklear's features brightened as he observed a pair of approaching figures lost in conversation. Self-conscious of his bedraggled condition, he straightened his uniform and cleared his throat with a stentorian air. Greetings, Prince Aretha and Master Magician Pug. As glad as I am at the sight of you safely home again, Locklear, I can't say that my nose is as well pleased. I thought we had broken you and Senior James of clambering around in the sewers. You know the way of old habits, Highness. We encountered a bit of trouble with the gates, and so I chose a more expedient, though somewhat more disagreeable path. It came to a happy end, however. James told us to send word that he is well and would see you in the morning. Incurable sewer rats, the both of you. I shall have to order that each of you is accompanied by a score of washing maidens to keep you presentable enough for court. Welcome home, Lucky. Thank you. As happy as I am to be here, I'm afraid I come with bad news from the Northlands. I expected as much. With the false Nighthawks prowling my streets above and below, it can only mean the Moradel are up to their old mischief. What do you know? Motioning to Gorath, Locklear introduced the former Moradel chief with a wave. Slowly, Gorath lowered his hood. The gasps and startled reactions of those crowding the hall helped mask the stealthy entrance of a second Moradel in the chamber, this one armed with a longbow. Assassin, get down. You don't mess with Pug, man. Freaking kill you. Chapter 2, Shadow of the Nighthawks. A whisper led him through darkness, or through madness. He stumbled forward with unfamiliar feet 10 times too small to belong to a warrior. There were lights on the hills around him, fires, voices shouting, through a downpour of sloshing hoofbeats. He reached for his sword, then remembered that he hadn't a sword that night. He had only been a boy of 12, midsummers. Only a boy, and yet he led the ragged remains of his father's tribe. Who leads the Moradol? The whispering voice insisted in his head. I must see more. It's randomly say years. I must see more years. I guess it's what it's saying. There's a weird spacing there. A river of men coursed together in a bleeding tide, and he was amidst them. Screams rang. A howling figure silhouetted himself against the moon and brandished a bloody sword aloft. The wolfish figure screamed words of wrath. And dang nation. As he cleaved his way through his Moradol brothers. He was Delacan, former general of Myrmendamus, leader of the unified tribes of the Northlands. And he was the enemy. Gorath. The memory detonated into a million fading thoughts, each fleeing after the faint echoes of a weak whisper. Before him now, there was a new image, the face of a fair young girl whose pale blue eyes watched him with weary interest. There were others too, all seated like himself around a polished council table, all studying, all dissecting. And Gorath was the object of their scrutiny. I cannot find the truth, my prince, the tired girl whispered. Finally, quietly, his mind is chaotic. I find images, but I cannot hold them long enough to understand. Narrowing his dark eyes, Prince Aretha glared at Gorath. He hides his thoughts? Gorath is Moradol, Todd quickly interceded for his exhausted daughter. Even with Gamina's exceptional talent for sensing thoughts, his mind may have many innate psychic defenses. I may need to send for one of my advanced students. No need to disturb studies, Master Magician Pug. The Moradol speaks truly. Council members exchanged surprised glances, then turned their attention to the aged magician, seated next to Pug. Lowering his eyes, the man made a dismissive gesture. Forgive me. I do not mean to presume, but I have looked into his mind as well. Color continued. War in the kingdom would have many wide-ranging effects, not the least of which could lead to a disruption of trade between our two worlds. My Emperor of Saranuani would be most displeased if our rift-making secrets were seized by barbarians in warfare. Gorath glowered at the surrounding magician. Trading agreements notwithstanding, the Moradol watch your borders. Nighthawks spy on your imperial cousins. And before the snows, there will be an army come to the kingdom. Heed my words, Prince of Krondor. You must prepare your troops. Anger flashed in the thunderheads of Aretha's eyes as he rose to his feet. What I must or must not do will not be dictated by a dissident Moradol. If not for Locklear's good faith in you, I would have had your head staked on a pike or a pole and paraded up and down the low quarters of Krondor once I saw you. I have been tolerant while I listened to your vague speculations based on incidental half-heard conversations. But how am I to believe what you say? What evidence have you laid before this council to prove that what Delacan intends to do? What evidence? I bear the humiliation of betraying my vow as a Moradol, and the indignity of surrendering to a sworn enemy. Why betray Delacan to the kingdom of the Isles? Of what benefit to you is it to snare him? He is leader in name only. However bitter a drought Delacan may be for your kith and kin to drink, magician. His rule is black poison in the gullets of me and mine. Already he enslaves my cousins and rapes the land. Bloody his nose, Prince of Krondor, blunt his swords, and the unified tribes will cast him down in wrath. Let him cross your northern border, However, and 10 other clans will join their strength to his, and the legacy of Myrmindamus will be but a spark next to his glory. Where would you have me send my troops? If indeed he intends to strike against one of our northernmost possessions. Which castle shall I garrison for the attack? High Castle? Iron Pass? North Warden? If I am to fight a war, by my teeth, tell me, where would you have me fight it? Would that I could tell you. Delicon holds good confidence only a handful of cowering dogs, and among them only a few are privy to his war plans. His private councils are restricted to choice individuals. His advisors, Nereb and Nago, his mistress, Leolin, his son, Morelf, and Nighthawks. Keeps foul company, that leader of yours. Your Highness, if you give me leave, I believe I can find the evidence of Delicon's intent. I will need someone to accompany me to Romney, and supplies for my journey, and a small parcel of gold. Romney? What do you think you could find in a provincial river town in the heart of the kingdom? I'm to catch a bird in flight. Of late, Delicon has emptied a good deal of his treasury to revive the service of the Nighthawks. In exchange, he has demanded tactical information about kingdom holdings. He's turned the Guild of Assassins into a guild of spies? Only for a time, although the payments have been left in various hidden locales. Messengers were always sent to a rendezvous in Romney. If I go there, I may be able to intercept information concerning a forthcoming attack. Would such evidence suffice? Perhaps. But I don't trust you, Gorath. How do I know that this isn't a plot of yours? We can weigh the evidence to our heart's content, and your cousins could be slitting the throats of my serfs as we sit dawdling. Go to Romney, but you will provide for yourself. If this is part of some secret Mordel scheme, I'll not look the fool before the world. Pug, unroll the map for me. The scroll smelled of dust, scrawled in chicken scratches and spider tracks. Tiny lines staggered across the moth-eaten paper, indicating the paths that were the major roads within the kingdom. Pointer in hand, Aretha bent over the map and pointed to a large black dot. We are here in Krondor. At dawn tomorrow, you will leave through the main gate and rendezvous with your escort, Signor James. I know you might have preferred Locklear's company, but he has business elsewhere. You will head to Romney, providing one of Delicon's assassins doesn't slit your throat first. You shall reach the Ursine Ford within the month. In Romney, you will join a special detachment of King Liam's soldiers, staying at the Black Sheep Tavern. They may be of service to you. Nodding, Gorath took in Eretha's advice, listening studiously as the prince reviewed the details. If you find the evidence, I will act only when James has conveyed the information to me. Is that clear? Only when I receive James's word. Until then, I wait. Understood, Gorath replied. Good. Aretha replied, slapping the surface of the table with his palm. Looking around the council chamber, he noted the worried expressions of all who sat around the map. Why don't you let Gamina and Makala show you around Krondor? I have a few things I need to consider alone. Reading the offer as a polite dismissal, the worn council members began to file out the door. Most glad to be on their feet again, following the grueling session. As Pug passed by, however, Aretha snagged his sleeve and drew him back to the table. If you don't mind, I would have your counsel, Cousin Pug. Certainly, Pug replied. Resuming his seat, I am all attention. As I see it, Delicon would have only two potential targets for attack into the kingdom. High Castle and Northwarden. His fortress at Sargoth is 300 miles to the north. That's supposed to be 300 miles? I walked almost all the way from there down to the kingdom already. I doubt he has the resources to defend a line that long. So an attack at Northwarden seems unlikely. Leaving High Castle. This is a viable alternative, but neither target seems to have an obvious goal. I know you are no field strategist and you hate to become involved in state matters. But I should like you to delay your return to your home at Stardock for a while. I feel ill at ease. You are not alone in that. I too have sensed something unusual in the air, but I won't ascribe it to anything as dire as magic. More likely we suffer from bad soup. Feelings aside, I'll call up the militia reserves from Malik's Cross, Darkmoor, and Lighton, and join them to a detachment of the Krondorian Lancers just outside of the Dimwood. James will send word to me there. What of the garrison? It will remain in place. I've considered the option of a full push south, and it seems unlikely. But I will give Delicon nothing. Our agreement remains. Now we wait. Gods help Gorath if he betrays us to the Morido. Go to the Black Sheep Tavern in Romney. The majesty of the palace was impressive, drawing appreciative glances of astonishment from all as they wound through room after room of banquet halls, reception areas, and at last a colorfully decorated gymnasium, before entering the throne chambers of the Prince of Krondor. Sewer. There's a sewer in the corner.
I am glad to see you safe again in Krondor.
Pleasure to see you again, James. Mine is the greater pleasure, my lady. Let's bug about. You just missed him. He and McCullough went off to discuss magic someplace. And if I know my husband, that means I won't see him for a few days. Even on holiday, he can't seem to take his mind away from the art for long. In many ways, he and the prince are much alike. Where is Aerutha anyway? Out with his twins and the Princess Anita. It seems your famed luck is running thin today. Quite the contrary. For I still have your company. If I may have a moment? As much time as you need. What may I do for you? So when do I get to meet this stunning daughter of yours? I've heard quite a bit about Gamina, and I've been too busy to make the time to meet her. I imagine you will see her as soon as I do. She's more than likely trailing Pug and McCullough about the palace. Any opportunity to hear her father discuss magic, and she's immediately at his side. Then too, it may be she's hiding away from Aerutha's twins. She's not quite interested in boys yet. I know quite a few of the artificers in Stardock have begun exporting their goods from the academy. Are there any good places to buy magical items near here? The most notable one that's close is a little place called Stardock Annex at the Abbey of Ishop at Sarth. Officially, they have no ties with the academy. There's not much we can do to keep them from using the name. There's also a fellow by the name of Dabe, who buys from us. But he lives a long distance from here, out north of Romney, if I recall. Both useless information. Let's see, the room was cramped. Lucky, James muttered, looking through the Signor's personal effects piled in disorganized heaps. may be a fine swordsman, but your personal organization leaves quite a bit to be desired. Oh goodness. I wonder what the penalty is for not being the right race. I mean, you think this guy would be way better at stealth and scouting? This guy is like a dude who's a master thief. And his stealth and scouting are lower than this dark elf guy. Significantly lower. Son of the Upright Man, leader of the Thieves Guild in Krondor. He is not aware of his true heritage. Stephen's skills and quickness were legendary. Now elevated to the nobility by Prince Eritha, he has taken a position of authority very seriously. He still wonders his old thief haunts in disguise on occasion. He's extremely loyal to Eritha. Will do anything his liege lord asks him to do. Oh, that was why, because he had that shoe on. So that shoe activates just for being in inventory. Mentions a secret chamber in the lower chambers of Makmordain Kadal, occupied by Rarg. That was the dragon's name. the sewers we go. The way worse party. Probably should have got this thing back lot of enemies. Oh. What? Dude, that mage is doing like 70 damage. So yellow pants means mage, I guess. What? How'd they get first attack? Alright, the actual dangerous enemies are down. Oh man, hit him. Only Goras having. Are you joking me, dude? I've swung so many times with this character. Throw into face of victim. Cornus, artificer of Palank. Thinking. Pretty sure there's only 4 bodies when there were 6 enemies in the fight. That in. Why is he moving like that? Yeah, see, this is how you level up in the game. It's a complete joke. Just holding the D button right now. Defend over and over again. So you get our defense to 100%. Our character will probably be almost unstoppable. Except for from mages. A mage can't cast if you're close to it, so as long as you can keep getting close to them, they're screwed. I was sitting there thinking, like, probably would be fairly viable to just like remake this game in the Wizardry 8 engine. It has like a full-on editor and everything. Wizardry 8's combat system was pretty solid, and the progression on it also was good. You can also do it with like the Wizardry 6 engine, which is the same editor. But Wizardry 6 has like only one tile set for for walls. So you could like use Wizardry 7s, but actually make some good tile sets for it because the game has pretty crappy ones overall. And actually add enemies. Of course, this game doesn't have like any enemy variety hardly at all so far. You We've had human, and there's been one battle with a dark elf in it. Oh yeah, we did fight some kind of creature though. I don't think it looked like a human on the battle. I think it looked like a golem looking thing. So it's supposed to be a living rock. It's a rock that had evolved to be able to make itself look like it has specks of gold in it, so that whenever dwarves get close, it'll eat them. Kind of cool. Yeah, if I do this for a few hours, I'll probably have maximum defense. I mean, it's going. Actually, it won't take that long. So we're at to 65%. I don't know how I can make him attack the other guy, though. Is Gorath getting any credit? No. Might be able to get assessment leveled up on him while we're doing this. It's kind of tedious. He like lets you see the enemy's stats during the battle. Do it like 10 times and see if it goes up or not. It's not going up. Maybe you have to do it on once per enemy it counts or something. Kind of weird though, because it's changing the screen every time. It's also weird that a seasoned warrior wouldn't be able to tell. This guy's like a prior war chief. He wouldn't be able to tell how hurt an enemy is that he's standing right up next to. I think he would pretty much be able to tell if the dude's about to die or not. Yeah, it's not counting anything. If I had a way to make James miss every time with a melee weapon, I wonder if I take his weapon off if he's got a really low hit rating. Let's see here. I can't do that because everybody's full inventory. Normally, whenever enemies are low health, they'll run away. But I guess the people in the sewers are really stupid from breathing crap fumes all day. This dude's just staying in combat the whole time. Aha! It's doing something up where it holds the button down for me. I guess sometimes the enemy takes a bit to rest. Then they just start swinging again. How's it going, Cooler? I went and just brush my teeth and stuff. I have a little weight on my defense key, so we're just max leveling Pug's defense, or not Pug, but James's defense. He's like the master thief dude. It's probably maxed out by now. Take a look. Get my weight off here. Yeah, look at that. So we can see if we can get him to attack the other guy. Attack Gorath. Come on, you can do it. Why won't he attack Gorath? He's just scared of him. Okay, I need to get somebody to do the same with Gorath so I can get his defense maxed out as well. Yeah, this game is dumb. as far as leveling goes, it's got the stupid Final Fantasy II system, so sitting there for like 20 minutes defending is your best way to get strong. Yeah, you can only bard at the ends, and you can only do it so many times before it says that like basically as soon as you succeed, you can't play the instrument there anymore. Kind of sucks. Yeah, now we can change this guy to melee and just have him swing the sword. Oh, I mean, he's gonna be swinging the sword anyway because that's how you fight in the game. But he could also use his crossbow, I guess, but you have to buy ammo for that and crap, so I just don't even want to use it. I don't see any point. Like how all that defending like didn't even really hurt his armor hardly at all. We dare put anything more on this body. Tampering will be detected. Why I care somebody detects I tamper with the body, dude? They're already dead. You don't think they're gonna notice that they're dead? This thing? It's like a sharpening stone. This is supposed to be like a little gap where you put the sword in and pull it through. It's not really a sharpening stone, but it's, I guess it's some kind of oil that you know, you coat your weapon in. A dark fluid begins to spill out through the crack. We're on chapter 2 now. We went to the sewer and visited the prince. Another dark elf, which is what Gorath guy in the middle here is, supposed to be like a dark elf pretty much, showed up in the courtroom and like, you know, the throne room, and he shot a arrow at the king. The pug like burned it in midair and killed the guy at the same time because he's a freaking awesome magician. It's just like whatever, no big deal. I'm gonna pick this up because it's worth a lot more money than the other stuff. Probably just sell it. Drop like... I don't know if I'm gonna need a shovel or not. Just gonna hold on to it. I saw these two like notes. I don't know if I have to hold on to. Star music. There's more. Okay, so this enemy right here, you gotta kill immediately. It's like a mage that can do like 60 damage. They're ridiculously powerful. They can't do anything if you stand next to them. Bunk. Eat him. There we go. This is some nonsense. Wow. I hate that you can't reload while you're in the combat. It's a waste of time. %, I have like hit the guy once. And a whole bunch of swings. What the crap? Gorath is about to become a super tank like the other guy. Gotta get my setup going again. Get our stamina and health back first, because that gives you all your... like, determines your effectiveness in battle on here is your health rating. Got him. Alright. I'm back in like 15 minutes. What a great game. Yeah, the reason why this works is the less HP an enemy has, the lower their effectiveness is on all their attacks. So if you hit them to where they're down to like 10 or 5 or 10%, it means all their effectivenesses are down to 5 to 10%. And whenever you rest, you gain your health back first, which gives you all your effectiveness back. Then you get your stamina back, which gives you a huge buffer on top of that, you know, of your HP there. And then the enemy just can't do anything. Normally they run when they're low health like this, but down in these sewers, the enemies are like super dumb because they're like idiot thieves, I guess. They'll just swing at you all day. So it's free max defense stat. Once the defense gets maxed out on these two guys, I guess we'll come back to the sewers if we need to max someone else later, but yeah, imagine that our characters are going to be ridiculously strong for the rest of the game. It's going to be hard for enemies to hit them all the time. We still did take some damage in this battle, and like almost, I did die just a bit ago. That's because, you know, if they do get lucky and hit you, and they break through your stamina, then all your ratings start dropping, so... Still gonna have some RNG involved in all battles, even with max stats. We also only have like the second armor in the game right now. There's probably only gonna be like 4 or 5 of them the way the game's been progressing. Anyways, I'm gonna go brew some tea. I'll be back in a bit. How's it going, Ryu? Yes. Pretty much master blocker anyway. Should be there, I would think. Oh, it's still not maxed out? Oh crap, I didn't have only defense picked. Rookie mistake. Yeah, I have a USB cap sitting on top of my D key, and then I put my weight that's for like holding the middle of a vinyl down on top of it. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's any way to quick level the sword swing because well, actually, maybe if you get like a really damaged weapon might work. I don't know if the weapon's durability matters for how effective it is or not. Yeah, I went and brewed some tea while I was doing this. Yeah, I think overall this game's mechanics are pretty bad. They're not very well thought out at all. If you would have just had traditional experience, it would have been 100 times better than it is. Oh, this is definitely way worse than Wizardry 8. Wizardry 8 was really good. It's way better than Wizardry 7. But like, pretty much every game is. I think Wizardry 7 might be the worst RPG I've ever played overall. I've beaten like 7 Saga and stuff. That game's better than Wizardry 7. Trying to think of any other bad RPGs I've played through. Also, I just quit if they suck. So. I mean, this game's longer than 7th Saga is. I can already tell. If you were following a guide, this game's probably super short though. But if you're playing it blind, just going where it tells you and stuff, I think it's going to be fairly long. I'm really surprised these enemies don't run away, because that dude probably has like 5 HP. Why does James's picture look like he's in pain or something? This is a horrible photo. Yeah, we just beat Scarmond as well yesterday. That game was legit. It doesn't have a whole lot of story going on, but what's there is like at least intriguing. It's kind of interesting as you go. Main thing just comes down to like finding ways to break the game as much as possible, which I like stuff like that. You know, it's kind of like a game kind of just built around having fun with the class system it has. 99, that's not good enough. Come on, Gorath. Give me that last point. Yeah, even if you do have a system like this on a game, it should never just let you level up based on repetition. It should be based on like the enemy's skill level. Like, if you do a comparison of the enemy's skill level to your defense, that should determine how much experience you get per block or dodge or whatever. I don't know if the age of the game matters all that much. And I beat Wizardry 1 already. It was the remake, but that remake is the Apple II version with the new skin. I also beat that that new Apple II style game. Well, it actually is an Apple II game that was on Good Old Games not too long ago. That one was pretty good. Forgot what the name of it was. Alright, we're in there. Thank you for the raid, Austin. Hope you're doing well. What are you up to today? Oh, nice. Just got done grinding out maximum defense on these two guys, since this game has like the you know, it's kind of like an Elder Scrolls or Final Fantasy 2 system where you just repeat the action until it's full. Yeah, the gameplay is something. This is the graphics. I say they tried. And then they have you can open up a map and you can walk around with this screen. You know, if you want that Atari experience, very good map. So pretty pretty incredible. You have to individually loot every enemy that you kill. Your gear like degrades whenever you fight and such. I'm trying to I need to figure out if like having super low percentages on your weapons makes it so that you can swing more times, because you know, the more times you swing, the better you are at swinging stuff. So if you get like a super crappy weapon to swing, hopefully it makes it so you can level up your sword skill better, or your melee skill. What's this thing? Oh, I think this casts the torch spell. Do I need it? I don't know if I need to keep this stuff like this note and such. I don't know why this takes up inventory space. It's a piece of paper. It's like, yeah, you know, piece of paper, an entire shovel, that probably takes the same amount of space in the backpack. I don't really need that. It probably sells for a lot too, though. Let's see. Are these spoiled? Your rations also spoil over time. But drop off this little seashell thing. Oh, you can't do that. They might note. This is the dumbest thing. You can't drop the item because they might notice. Someone will find this. I don't care. I dropped the item because I don't want it anymore. Yeah, the game actually does have where you can drop a bag down. If you come back soon enough, you can get it back. But if you come back later, someone will steal it. And it's just gone. Let's see. Oh, it's okay to put something on this body, though. It's right next to the other body. Dude, this game, like, you know how they are doing all these remakes and crap? This is the kind of stuff they should be remaking, where it's like so clunky that you can hardly play it. And you could remake it and make it like super smooth and nice. But instead they just remake games that came out like 2 years ago over and over again. It doesn't make any sense. Like, oh man, look at this, it's The Last of Us Part 2. You're like, dude, like, the game just came out. Why would I buy that again? And of course they have locked chests everywhere. Probably should use this guy. He's breaking locks though. What the? Dude, this guy's supposed to be the master thief of the game. He can't even open his. Oh goodness. Skyfire scroll. Fresh hammer. So you can repair an item 30 times with that hammer. This one's only got 7 left on it. Put that in there. Yeah, we definitely want that scroll. Scrolls is how you learn spells on here. I'm sure we'll probably get the magician dude back shortly, or it might be in the next chapter. The game's like split up into different chapters, and in here you can actually look at the overall world map. You have like a current main objective. The current one is to go over here to Romney, so I need to get out of this sewer because we're in Krondor. You started out like up here somewhere, I think near this Yavin place. Or no. Yeah, I think that's where it was. I went down this whole left side to get to Krondor. But now I gotta go across this way. I can, these are like the little roads. It is really nice that there's a built-in map in the game. Like, that's actually like a huge deal for when this game came out. Especially that you can see the location names and stuff. But yeah, I got to get to Romney for the next main objective, then I'll probably go into chapter 3. And Aunt Foolish is the one who requested this one. They said that they played it as a kid and loved it. That there was like a demo of the game you could play where it was only the first chapter, but you could just like walk around and go pretty much anywhere. And so you can play it for a long time if you wanted to. We need to get out of here. I don't remember. I think I came from like the bottom center of this place. Top right has the way to the castle in it. Sounds we need rest. Your characters actually do get tired on here. Oh, it's Owen. So this is it's like a apprentice mage guy who was in our party before. It took you too long enough. I was beginning to think the mockers had you bagged up again. Senor James, is everything alright? Squire, suppose I ignore the fact that this trip is a state secret to which you are not supposed to be privy, and that we are hurrying out of the sewers instead of leaving by the main gate at the proper time. How did you find out we were coming? Well, after Senior Locklear dumped me off after we got here and told me I could go home, I got bored and decided to check out Krondor. Unfortunately, there's nothing much interesting going on here, so I decided I would come back to the palace. I tried to pay Gorath an unexpected visit last night, but discovered that the guards had been doubled with orders that no one could see him. Might have fallen for it if I hadn't heard someone snoring in his cell. Gorath doesn't snore, I take it. Not a sound. When I realized that something was in the air, I went to find Locklear and discovered that he was mysteriously absent, despite a tray of food delivered to his door just moments after I slipped away. Finally, I came down here and talked to Lim, who told me you had been down here earlier this morning. At that point, I realized Arutha meant to slip Gorath out of Krondor for some reason. Are you sure you're not a thief by profession? You think unnervingly like a mocker. I used to know. So, are we ready? We should probably get moving. Where are we going anyway? You cannot accompany us, Owen. Our mission is much too important. Quiet, Moradel. I'll handle this. So on this game, Moradels are kind of like dark elves. That dude is one of them, but he's a good guy when he's trying to stop the evil overlord dude or the evil warlord on their side. But I could jeopardize your mission. Who knows who might take me captive between here and Tiburon? If I go back to Krondor now, I might accidentally talk to someone. Besides, I'm from the eastern part of the kingdom. I know the area, and I might be able to help. For better or worse, you seem determined to hitch your fate to catastrophe. But if you want to get yourself killed at a tender young age, who am I to naysay it? I used to pull the same stunts when Arutha wished to pull out of Krondor. So Arutha's the prince here. Or I guess he's the king at the moment. I don't know why they call him prince. I don't think there's a king. Alright then, Squire. You can come along. But these are the ground rules. 1. I am in charge and you do whatever I say without question. 2. Under no circumstances do you reveal anything about Gorath or our mission to anyone. If someone asks, we will continue what Senior Locklear suggested. Gorath is an elf. Thirdly and lastly, you don't wander off on your own. I don't care if you're watering the trees. You asked me first. Is all that clear? Absolutely, whatever you say. Stop smiling. You're going to earn your keep. I know I'm going to regret this, but let's get moving. We have a long way to go and no time to get there. Get all those goodies? Yep. Oh, we can give him that scroll. I don't know if I already learned from Skyfire or not, but it doesn't eat it if you did. Let's see. While the words on the parchment etched indelible patterns in his mind, the scroll grew brittle, then crumbled slowly between his fingers like sun-dried leaves. That's how you know you learn the spells, whenever the scroll explodes for no reason. Cast a light spell, even though we're not too far from the entrance. Alright, here we are. Go to the inn. So let me bard again. Alright, we got 47 gold for playing some jams. I love this. It says that they were drunk enough that they liked your music. That's pretty much what it says. Excellent. I get charged for that. They barely even slept. Guess you gotta pay attention to what time it is when you first stay at the inn. There we go. Alright, let's go sell some stuff. If you push tab, you can, like, it'll lock to the different shops and stuff. Yeah, 56 sovereigns. Take them all. I wonder if you can, like, refine the gemstones somehow. Does they have, like, a percentage value for how much they're worth? I don't think there's any way to repair them, though, so you just gotta kind of sell what you get. Thousand gold for 1 ruby. Right. Go to the other shop. Turn weapon craft on. Start using these whetstones. They still have their equipped weapons. Okay. Probably have way too many rations. I probably shouldn't be really carrying more than 1 stack. So I can go to the inn and sell some of those. Right? You can't see the details about the armors and stuff in here. We're good there. Go back to the inn. See the barmaid. Might be able to make room for it if you bought something from me. What? What? It slides to you and won't actually buy anything. Buy an ale. That's frustrating. Okay, you can't sell rations here for some reason. Right, off into the world. Weapon craft increased. %12 drunk. Oh man, how wasted are you right now? Ah, around 12%. So the way that this map here works, you can freeform walk, but if you push this button, it'll lock you to the path, and then you can just like kind of change your direction and hold forward. It makes it so you can walk around much faster. The road leads east. Halting for a moment to ponder his options, James stared off in the direction of the kingdom's populated heartland. We'll pass through Malak's Cross or Sethanon if we head this way. Think that's the best idea? Sure. The landscape flattened. Slowly the hills and trees began to thin, far more sparse in the grassy highland or midlands of the kingdom. There's some houses over there. Darkmoor. What do we have here? Come back when the sun is no longer in the sky. And I'll tell you about the Rusalki. Hissing emphasis is placed on the last word. Okay. Dragged into the house by some lady who wants us to marry her sister. Gorath marveled at the way she seemed to be able to talk without ever taking a breath. My husband would agree if he was here, but he works at the Mercantile, you know, the store just down the road. Does pretty well for himself. That's why we have this house, too. We had this house built just for me. Can you imagine? I used to help him at the shop, but now he insists I stay here all day long. Isn't he just the sweetest man? After several more minutes that felt like hours, James excused himself politely, headed for the door. Woman called after them as they left, but they pretended not to hear. She's trying to get you to stay so she has someone to talk to. Place is abandoned. Nice. Free money. A bell rang. No sooner had James managed to get the door open than he found the shopkeeper was escorting him inside. Ooh. Learning books. Chapel's armor and weapons. Even with a cursory glance, he could tell the book was rife with spelling errors, apparently much to the vexation of a previous reader. Large sections of the document had been struck through and rewritten in a more elegant hand in the margins of the book. Psalms of Dala. Illuminations inside the book depict a variety of scenes: a man blocking a sword thrust, the goddess Dala watching over men on the field of battle, mercenaries kneeling in front of the temple of Dala near High Castle. Overall, the text looks more like a religious tract than a manual on battle. That's probably a blocking one. This is probably for attacking. This is going to be bartering. I don't know what this one is. Accounts of Shamada Garrison. Pages are sandwiched between ancient sheaves of parchment. The book has been repaired numerous times during its history. Biffle's Bird Migrations. Astounded that any writer would actually have the stamina to fill 1,000 or more pages stitched between the book's leather covers. Guess I'm gonna have to look up what these books do if I actually want to get some of them. I did read that I think you can learn multiple times from a book on here. But it does have like a rating after it says 100. So I guess the book's condition degrades as you use them over and over again. Your character's reading the book and just like pulling at the pages every time or something stupid like that. You know, books last almost forever if you don't do anything dumb with them. Don't let moisture get to them and stuff like that. Betrayal at Krondor items. Alright, books. Shimada Garrison one gives you +5 assessment. That one lets you know how much health and stamina an enemy has, as well as their other stats as well, if you get it up high enough. Chapel Rumor and Weapons gives you 3 weapon craft and 3 armor craft. So that's for for blacksmithing pretty much. Dorcas's Treatise is spellcasting accuracy. Strategies of Trading is haggling. I wonder if you can get actual good oh, the Thiffel's bird migration is +5 everything. That's very good. How much was it? 540? And why is this one 472? It only gives 3 to 2 things. This one only costs a little bit more and gives 5 to everything. Clean my cup out real quick. Let's have some tea. Alright. Wonder if I should buy this or not. +5 everything seems very good. It's also like half of my money. So with weapon and armor repair, it says if you get to 99 or 100, it'll always boost it to that percentage every time you repair each one. Before that, it uses a formula. Pretty much says they don't know how haggling works on this guide that I'm looking at. Just trying to get a good understanding of like how training with books works, but it doesn't really tell you. It just tells you the percentages they give, which I was wondering if you can use them multiple times and stuff. How's it going, Ron Taven? Do you know about these books? Before I buy one of them, I want to know how they work. Can you use them more than once? I'm gonna exit out of here. How does the game calculate like the haggling percentage thing here? So every time I've tried to haggle, they just said they won't do it. They tell me to leave or won't sell me the item afterwards. Does it do an average of your whole party, and is Gorath ruining it? I feel like haggling would be the best one to get up first so that I can get cheaper prices for stuff. You can see here I already cheesed lockpicking and defense. I just put a weight on the D button for defense earlier. I just got Owen back, so he hasn't gotten it yet. Okay, so it does take the character with the best skill. So I probably should... get that book and use it with James. So that gives 10. Probably get like 15 if I use that on him, then we'll be up to like 59. Yeah, I'm just gonna do defense and melee on everybody. It seems like the crossbow is just gonna be trash for the whole game. It doesn't even make sense to use it. I guess. I mean, it's mainly because you have to get arrows. Like, I don't want to have to get arrows. Yeah, I got lockpicking maxed out on Gorath already. And I maxed it out on Locklear as well. Oh, it's got a different little screen here. I didn't notice this. That's what I got so far, I guess. We're just now starting chapter 2. We just got out of the sewer. So we're pretty early on here. Assessment seems like it pretty much never goes up. Yeah, let's do a bookmark save. Go in here, see if we can haggle that book. Nope. Now he won't buy. Now he won't even let me buy it. I don't know. Some of the mechanics in this game are very questionable. This game needs like a new solid remake, in my opinion. It's, you know, it's neat, but I think that this could be very heavily improved with modern, you know, the technology we have now. I wonder if you still have a chance to do this. I'll try it a few times. Nope. That bookmark button is dangerous. I probably should make a normal save before I accidentally push it. Oh, it'll be available again? Let's see. So I don't have to reload? So that means I can, like, probably just haggle all of these. Oh. Haggle powers. Engaged. He's so good at trading. They didn't even get anything? Oh man. Do like write a script for this and come back later. It would be nice if they had like a little progress bar somewhere near these that showed you like your current progress towards the next level, so you can see if it's actually doing anything. Oh. Wait, what? It's still the same price anyway. It's like, well, do I have a deal for you? No, that's not a deal. It's the same price. Oh, he actually did show a lower price there. Maybe you have to buy it to actually get the skill to go up. It still hasn't changed. Do it with something that's really cheap. This torch. Double haggle. I was saying earlier that somebody could probably remake this whole game in like the Wizardry 7 or 8 engine. Make it so it has like much more, you know, interesting game mechanics that actually work. I just finished Wizardry 8, I think like a week or two ago. Might have been longer than that, I don't know. I finished it. Oh, you can just close and open right there. Alright, now we're moving. Yeah, Wizardry 7 is like the worst RPG I ever done played. Do not recommend anyone to ever play it. I like the worst hint systems I had ever seen. They're like, if you can find this map, you'll be able to do the next thing, and then you get the map and it's like Bible verse that has no relation to anything in the game. Like the dude who wrote all the dialogue for Wizardry 7. It's like oblivious to how annoying it was and how like obscure all the hints and stuff were. They also have a system on Wizardry 7 where NPCs steal the main key items from the end of dungeons every now and then, and you gotta like wander the world to get that item. That was something. Call of Saragnar. Oh, nice. Is it gonna be on like? Do you have any demos or anything up for it, or is it on Steam? Or the good old games? Did you implement where the mouse freezes every time that you do an action? That's probably the most annoying thing to me on this game so far. Hey, it actually worked to haggle the expensive book there. Oh, nice. Write down the name of that so I can look it up later. Check it out. This game actually was requested from a viewer named Ant Foolish, so I have to tell him about it as well. He'll probably, he really loves this game, he said. Scroll of Krondor. Alrighty, I got it in my little tablet that I put my hints for the game in. Oh, my notes, rather. What are you developing it in? Like, are you using like Unreal Engine or the Unity? All right, on. Only thing I've done with Unity, whenever I was messing around with it, long ago, I was starting to make like a, this is like way before there were other games like it anyway. It's gonna be like almost a Souls-like combined with Zelda. And all I had done was like, where I could make the maps and I could wander around a little dungeon. And I had a little torch that like flickered as you walked around for your light source. That's all I got to. I only spent like 2 or 3 days working on it. Then I got a call for another job. So right now I am actually in between jobs, so I probably should be doing stuff like that, but I've just been sitting around playing video games. It seems like getting a job has gotten much harder all of a sudden. I think it's because all the idiots who are trying to make everyone go back into the office. I've been working remote for like probably 12 years or so. Not 12 years. Probably like 8 years, 8 or 9 years fully remote. And most of my work has been with like I do software security work where I help developers scan their source code and then help them like patch up any vulnerabilities and such that are detected. Yeah, going into the office is something that no company should want. Like, at all. Well, these guys are getting it too. Because if you think of like the actual amount of money it costs the companies just to even have the office, and the fact that you get less efficient workers for like 90% of people, you would have to be stupid to want your workers to go into the office. Like, it's nonsensical. You're wasting massive amount of money and massive amount of the world's resources at that, because you're just making them waste gas over and over again to get to work. But what happens is the companies think that they need to be able to show that they have these big buildings and stuff to increase their values and junk. And when really, like, if you have a giant building, I think it should decrease your value. It should just say that your company is really, really dumb. Unless it's like a literal factory that's making product. Right on. Thanks a lot for stopping in, hanging out for a bit. Give me a little infos on how the game works. I was wondering how to level up this haggling. Hopefully leveling it ends up being worth it, because this is going to take a while. The prices in the shops are insanely high, so it'll probably be worth it in the end. Right on. Yeah, I'm probably going to be on for a bit. I actually just woke up like 5 hours ago. You have a great sleep. Hopefully I see you again sometime. See what the differences in prices are here. This is 13 gold. I pay attention so I can see what the change is when he does actually let you do it. This one went to like 49 earlier, so that's a massive difference there. That means it's probably dropping by a percentage. I should play my own jams for a bit here. Went down to 420. It also means that the trading book is pointless if you can just do this as well. It'll speed it up. It'd probably be good to use it whenever we're about maxed out, so we don't have to grind out those last levels that take a whole bunch of tries. Yeah, that was minus 52 gold on that one. Pretty good chunk. Wish the game wasn't so dang laggy. Went to 392 that time. 216. It's starting to... We do it almost every time now. You think this guy would be tired of me by now? It's like this dang guy always trying to rip me off by dropping my own prices. How are we doing in here? 52, 49. Progress up to 16. This number is going to go up the fastest because the way that the leveling works in this game is the higher number you are, more, more experience it takes, effectively. Just hack the game to have everything at 100 at the start, like, except for like weapons. Anything that you can level with a repetitive task like this should just be maxed out. It's just a waste of time. So if they use like the Might and Magic system where you can drop prices based on your mercantile skill level and you level it up with like your leveling up points, it would be much better than this. Then the percentage that it drops is just based on your level. Like you just level it up, you know, with your skill points as you level. And they had like certain thresholds where you'd get major gains on there as well. I think it actually was only based on those thresholds on Might and Magic games. So once you became like a master merchant, stuff was like half price. I like how you can say you want to drop it again. Like you already haggled him down, but you say you want to do it again. I wonder if eventually it'll actually let you do it twice, because that would make it way cheaper. We're already dropping prices by like over 15%, it looked like. Looks like it uses whoever you drag it to, because it's saying Gorath here. But everyone's getting points for it, so... Leave and save. Looks like it's going up way faster now. I think that anytime it does a success window, you get the actual experience and you don't otherwise. That's probably why it's taken so long early on. It still fails a majority of the time, though. do you think about this haggle farm, Ryu? Pretty exciting, right? Yeah, it hasn't popped up any cash shop stuff yet though, so it's actually better than any mobile game already. I don't know what the cause is, but you know, we're doing something. Current cause is to get the haggle bar to 100. It's gotta be able to like turn your brain off to be able to grind out crap like this, I guess. This music is pretty repetitive too. I might go ahead and turn my own music on. But it'd make this much more enjoyable. Considering this loop is like maybe 30 seconds long. Could be a little longer than that. But the repeats within the loop make it seem like it's way shorter. The little flute. I don't even know if this is necessary at all. But I am seeing massive price drops. Like, look at that. That just went down by like 100. So it seems like this probably is worth it. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, my whenever I am working and have a job and such, my work is much more tedious than this, I would say. A majority of the time, anyway. Like, imagine you're just sitting here looking at source code all day. But the thing is, when you're doing that, and you're making, like, you know... What's the most I made from that? I think it was... $80 an hour? It was a little over 200,000 a year. It makes it a lot more worth it than me making like less than a cent an hour on Twitch. Yeah, right now I'm just writing out unemployment. Not really writing it out, but I'm still applying to jobs and stuff. But I haven't got anything that's actually. I haven't got any actual job offers yet. I had one interview so far since my last job. That's applying to 3 jobs a week. That job also was going to pay around 200 grand, but it would have been way worse than my normal jobs that I had in the past. 'Cause they wanted you to like be able to present stuff to big groups and stuff and travel around and all this kind of crap. I could do it, but it wouldn't be as, chill as my other jobs. I would have taken it if they would have given me the offer. Oh, I see. Yeah, mine lasts until I think August of next year. Cause like my job ended in August, that last one. It was a contracting gig. First time that I had a contract to hire that they didn't actually hire me on. It was because I was honest. They reported my boss and coworker as being completely useless, pretty much. Dangerously useless. Like, those people should not be working there. Work culture is a sham. Pretty much anytime they say they have a culture or that you're part of the family, they're just trying to trick you into thinking that like you have to follow their stupid made-up principles that don't even mean anything. Every company tries to pull that crap now. Whenever I was working for, I don't remember if it was US Bank or if it was the Bank of the West, but their slogan was like, do the impossible or some stupid crap. Which basically is like translates to work as long as possible for us, and we'll pretend like you're going to get a reward for it. With that company, I helped them, with my job before this last one, I helped them meet all of the auditing standards that they needed to be acquired by BMO Harris. And our reward was that they fired the entire security team. Because we're too expensive. So, pretty much help them meet the requirements to get acquired, and then they just fire everyone who helped them, do that. But they did give us like paid. They put us on like paid leave for like 4 or 5 months, I think, and then they just, basically at the end of that they let everyone go. That's what they told. They like pulled us into a meeting and told us that that's what they're gonna do. And then we just sat there on their payroll till like the end of it was last year, doing nothing. And that part of it was pretty sweet, but it's still complete bullcrap to do that to your workers. How's it going, Fark? Thank you for the raid. Welcome to the Haggle Grind, where we click the haggle button at the shop over and over again to become better at trading. Been doing this for like an hour now, I think. Might not have been quite that long. And we're up to 90 haggling out of 100 on this guy. So we're getting there. 77 on that one. 57. We're becoming haggle masters. Alright on. Hopefully your sandwiching goes well and you have a good sleep. Yeah, you sit here, you click this haggle button until the guy gets mad enough to where you can't buy the item. And then you do it to all the items. And then you push exit and reopen the shop window, and then he forgets that he told you can't buy stuff from him, and you do it again. This is late DOS RPG logic. Genius. How's it going, Slayer? Only got worse after this. I don't know. I feel like the main thing that triggered the decline, like the steep decline of gaming, was when horse armor worked. That's whenever the greed fully set in. They found out that like they could do almost no work to make infinite money. And it just like spread throughout the entire industry. Because like before that, the only scam that they had was MMO monthly fees. And then after that, everything was DLC for everything. Or microtransactions. It changed the definition of expansion to like almost nothing for $15 every time. Yeah, before that whole fiasco, and you know how gaming just pretty much became standardized slop the majority of the time anyway. There's still some really great games that come out, but you know, they're as rare as they were before. Even though that there's like thousands and thousands more games being made per year now than there were back then. Days when games were shipped completed, there weren't that. Yeah, that was the thing. I mean, they weren't always so completed. They still had glitches and stuff, but they were just like, these glitches are fine, deal with it. Like FF6. Here, vanish X zone, don't worry about it. Make sure you don't use that paintbrush on Kefka, or your cartridge might get corrupted. But I don't think the ability to patch games is necessarily a bad thing, but it is really bad how they ship them now. Like, you know, a day one patch that fixes crap is fine. But the game should have its content in it. Like, you know, the game itself should be done when you give it to somebody and sell them the product. Unless it's explicitly stated. Like, if you buy early access, that means you bought beta tester. You're trying out a beta of a game. They really should rename early access to beta. It should just say this is the beta for the game. Would you like to pay me to test my game for me? Would you like to take on the role of what used to be a position to test and fix games for me by paying me money? Yeah, the evade stat. Yep. I had a really crazy glitch happen whenever we were messing with our Game Genie on the Super Nintendo for Final Fantasy VI. I put in some code that was, I think it was supposed to make you get more of an item that you specify, like in a certain slot. And while I had that glitch on, like I was in the area where that worm eats you, and the worm ate my characters. The whole screen corrupted, but I could still see enough to save the game. And after I saved it, I had like 99 of nearly every item in the game, including like the Paladin shield. So that was really cool. We were never able to reproduce it though. I don't know what character I had wrong or what have you. This is so laggy. Like, I just grabbed this book while I was over here and dragged to the left. Wish Good Old Games actually did what they say they're gonna do for these games. Like, this game needs a lot of work to make it so it runs right. What I hate about early access is the speedrunner getting in and either making the game changed or learning all the tricks and having a huge early lead in speed. Yeah, that is some bullcrap. Yeah, the sketch glitch does corrupt the screen like that. I didn't even have Realm in my party when it happened. And like I said, it was the worm that ate me that caused it when it loaded that next screen. Well, I have a 4090 in this computer. It's struggling on this game. And I'm gonna have to get one of them fancy new 9800 X3Ds, so we can play this game with the smooth frame rate. Oh goodness, it wouldn't change it at all. This is like just DOS issues. This is how they made the game. Pretty much like a threading issue. Like they don't have a good game loop. So it's like detecting that you push something, and whenever it pushes it, see, I can't move my mouse at all. And if I push again, can't move the mouse. Push this again, can't move the mouse. So anytime any action is occurring, everything else in the game freezes with the way they currently have it coded. You know, I had troubles in Path of Exile 2 in certain areas with like really inconsistent frame rates on this 4090 with a, I think my processor's a 5900X. It's a few years old now, but they need to fix that crap, man. Like there wasn't even hardly anything happening on that area. But it's a place where you can like drain the water. And you could tell that they were loading the water itself as objects in and out of like, you know, the game's memory anytime that you walked close enough to it within like a big old circle or sphere, whatever you want to call it. And every time that it was loading that water, and it was caused the whole game to lag for a bit. It's almost like playing a game without having what do you call it? Precompiled shaders on it. Yeah, whenever I did that Solaire, it was when I was pretty young. Like, we didn't even have a computer yet. At my house. I think we got our first computer when I was in like 6th or 7th grade. First home computer. 99. Oh, nice. We did have a 800 XL, like the Atari. I don't really consider that a real computer. I don't consider a Commodore 64 a real computer either. Guess my requirements for a real computer is that you can actually go online with it and do all the stuff you can do nowadays. You could code stuff out for that 800 XL and such. It came with this giant book. Showed you how to like code out some stuff to, you know, do neat stuff with it. Pretty much was this thing that would show crazy patterns on the screen and stuff. And of course, I had a game slot on top of it. You play junky Atari games. I think we had like Dig Dug. There was this game where you were like going under a tunnel. There's like these birds that flew over and dropped bombs and stuff. I don't remember what game that was. Still at my dad's house somewhere. I wish phones were still those old school ones. They were much better back then. All the crap that they added just makes the battery die faster and causes massive amounts of distractions for people. They get like addicted to the old phone and such. Still going up for these other guys. 72. 87. I think it's still working. I liked having like a separation between the phone and like other types of entertainment, you know? I think the main things that are kind of essential to have on a device that you can have with you all the time are is like GPS and the ability to call people. That's it. And then you can just have like a tablet or what have you for all the entertainment stuff. Watching Twitch or YouTube's. Shopping on the Amazon. I do use my phone for Twitch pretty much all the time, though. But I would rather have it be on a tablet. This is a weird one with the haggling stuff. It actually goes faster the higher level you are. Because each time it succeeds, it counts as a point, and when it fails, it counts as nothing. So that means whenever you get 100, you can level it up on other people super fast, because they get it just for watching the other guy do it. This song's actually not too bad if you listen like behind the flute. The flute's the worst part of the song. It's strange because it's like the most leading part of it too. One 78, 100. $432 is about the best price I've seen for that book. I might go ahead and buy it. That one gets +5 all skills. It's like the best book in the game. $400 something, still pretty dang expensive. Does the elf have like a extra higher chance to... Actually, I think Owen's just a human, isn't he? Political embarrassment to his father. Count of Tiburn. It's a high degree of freedom because of it. It's his father away from home, pretty much. he he used his dad's money to give him to hire a magic tutor for 7 months before his dad noticed. It said. I think he'd want to just like let him keep training in that if that's what he wants to do. Like, can't imagine somebody being like, "Oh, my kid wants to become a magician and be able to like do almost anything in the world." What a failure. He's like... Four. Even old Gorath is a good trader already. It's over 80. I wonder how many characters the game has overall. This is way better than training lockpicking. With lockpicking, you had to train each person individually. On this one, everybody gets credit, so it's way faster. I think you can only have 3 people in your party on this game. Or do you mean like throughout the chapters? Ah. I mean, you don't even get to recruit, it just forces them into your party. On here. You know, it's just going through the book. This game. Remember when in the book, whenever they went to the shop next to Krondor? And they haggled with the guy? This was like 10 chapters worth of content. They were haggling with that guy at the shop. And then they left the shop. They waited 3 seconds, walked back inside, and the shopkeeper had mysteriously forgotten that they already have haggled him down to a point where they hated the group. And wouldn't sell them anything. And they repeated their haggling process. They said, "Hey, that torch is way too expensive. 1 gold and 3 silvers is just way too much." And the merchant said, "I give it to you for 1 gold and 1 silver." And they were like, "Well, that's still too much. Can you go any lower?" And the merchant said, "No, that would make me sell it at a loss. Get the crap out of my shop." And then they left the shop and came back 3 seconds later. This is like, it repeats over and over again. You know what one of the worst thing that's happened is as far as online shopping goes? Anybody guess? I bet you guys all know. If you do any online shopping anyway. No, it doesn't have anything to do with delivery. It's the worst thing that happened. But I should say the worst thing that's happened from a consumer's perspective. Consumers don't care if the workers at the factories are overworked. That's why Amazon does it. Because they get zero penalty. Or even if they do get their penalty, it's going to be such a small amount of money that they don't care. They do that crap all the time with a bunch of companies. Whether it be game developers being way overworked or, you know, anyone in a factory anytime. Almost every factory job is like absolutely horrible when it comes to worker conditions. But the worst thing that's happened from a consumer perspective to the shops is when they started allowing other shops to sell stuff within their own stores, like on Amazon, where you can say, oh, I want to buy this, and it pops up like 6 different shop choices, and like 3 of them are straight up scams that will never send you the item at all. That's the worst thing that's happened. Or the even better scam where they send you an item that looks like what you bought and it's not. Like I have 2 PS4 controllers here that won't even sync up to a PS4, and they have boards in them that do not exist in any official PlayStation controller. I think I know why they allow that or added it to their stores. It's probably to make sure that they don't get sued for being a monopoly. It makes it look like consumers have choices, but they don't, because the other choices are scam people almost every time. There's no way to verify that like any business that they've allowed to sell stuff there is actually reputable. Did you guys see the latest thing with the Switch games that's been happening? It's not like a super prevalent thing yet, but it happened to a few people, like enough where you can tell it's not just made up. So recently some people bought some Switch games and they gifted them to, you know, their family or what have you, and the kid will like open up the game, and inside there's like 2 black pieces of plastic where the game cart should be, with a little googly eye taped to it, so that it makes the sound of a cartridge when you shake the box. Like a Switch cart makes a little rattle. That actually happened. It's a real thing. Isn't that crazy? Somebody stole the Switch games and swapped out the carts with like just chunks of plastic, and then stuck a little Google eye to it, the googly eye, to make it so it still sounds like it's a Switch card in there. It's so jacked up. We got another 100. We'll go ahead and grind out the rest. Probably never have to grind out haggling again with having these 3 guys, hopefully. Imagine that one of these 3 will always be in the party. Pretty significant characters in the book. Yeah, it's next level, like, thievery. People straight up stole those cards. Sell them online and stuff. Another bad thing that's been happening even earlier than that is that there's these companies who are... They pretty much take defective products, like say a 4090 for example. They pull off the core from it. They pull off the parts that might still be good, and then they resell it with the heatsink and everything attached with no core. So you'll see like a 4090 that says it's like super cheap and such, and then if you buy it, they come to your house and have no core on it at all. So there's no processor because they stole it. And then they just resell the board with the heatsink attached to it. Because what some people were doing is they thought that those were legit. They'd buy them and then they'd send them to a repair shop. There's a guy who I watch online who does graphics card repairs. And when he'd get them, you know, he'd start taking the card apart, see what's going on, and there's literally no core on the card when he lifts the heatsink. You can't repair what's not there. Yeah, people were hoping that they could get a cheap card and, you know, just pay the repair fee and have a much cheaper 4090, but this is a scam. It's crazy how much, like, how many different groups now are just, like, professionally scamming people, like, just constantly. Of course, you got, like, the phone people. Those guys have been around forever. But they are worse than ever because of, like... I imagine they're using the AI stuff to make it so that they're more efficient than they were before and make all their emails and stuff look more believable. We need to have some way to like lock all of our software down to the point where it can never be vulnerable to stuff, but it's probably never going to happen. It's really, really hard to make like an actually secure product, especially online. If it has any degree of internet connectivity. I saw some job postings talking about like I said, like zero trust products. I don't get it. Like, you can't have a product that's zero trust. It doesn't make any sense. How are you gonna have anyone log in to a website or work with anything that has zero trust? Like, that means... That would mean there's no way to log in at all. Maybe it just means that you just set everything to where it's only read-only and you can never actually alter any of the data or anything. But even then, like, that still means people can access the data. You know, they can still see it. That's a degree of trust. Yeah, when you're scanning code and like helping developers secure it as well, each company pretty much like just decides how much trust they want to have for their own internal employees even. So like you could lock the code down completely to where you have, you know, you basically minimize the potential for any leaks internally for people who aren't supposed to have access to said data. But most of the time the people say, oh, we trust our employees. And so they'll ignore those type of findings. Yeah. It's really bad that so many different tech-related things anyway are being run by people with business majors and stuff. Those people are useless. It's like the people who took the easiest possible degree in college. And they're gonna put them in charge of your company and crap. From what I've seen with other people who I saw in college taking the business majors, almost all of their assignments were just like write simple papers. They weren't actually learning any like concrete data about anything. Or any skills at that. Oh, you think it was the Office Space dude that they fire for just bringing the data to another group of people? Like that's that's the guy who has the business major. That's what he does. He brings the data that someone else compiled to a group of people and says, "Here's the data." This is oh goodness. But if they ask him any detailed questions, he won't be able to answer them. Because he didn't even compile the data or have any understanding of it. Yeah, they need skills that are way beyond what they have if they actually wanted to have people who are really good at running the business. And none of that crap is taught in like any business major that I've seen. One thing I do think is strange is like for my computer science major that I got, they required you to take like I think it was only 2 semesters of a science course. It's because it says science after computer. And like it's not related to the computer science stuff at all. It's not programming. But I did physics and then I also did chemistry while I was there. Our physics courses actually did have some Python coding in them, which was cool. We're almost there. 5 more points. For my math, I just had to do Calc 1 and 2 because I had already taken all the... I had already actually taken Calculus 1 in high school. But, we only required Calculus 2 for the degree. Then you had to take, there were 3 or 4 basically logic courses. So it was like mainly analyzing like if and loops, or not loops, but problems. Just say problems. Would be lazy about it. The hardest course during my whole degree though was analysis of algorithms. That course was an impossible game. I'm pretty sure that everyone failed, but then the teacher just made everyone pass because it was on a curve. He wasn't good at teaching it, was the main problem. Like, he didn't explain why anything was the way it was. He would just throw some crap on the board. Everybody'd be like, okay, sure. Then we take the test and we're like, dude, none of this crap is anything you showed us on the board. We had a whole bunch of programming courses. So the main one was C++ whenever I was in college. We also had C and Unix. I took a game programming course as well. That one was a lot of fun. There was one that was just called Programming Languages, which was also a really fun course because you just go over like a different language each day or each week. For that one, I actually used Dark Basic to make like the starts of a Mega Man game and use that for my main like final paper, which I ended up writing like way more than I ever thought I would. I think it was up to like 12 pages. I was like, oh, I better stop. So I just wrapped it up, turned it in. And I was trying to be brief with that one. Like, game programming is insanely complex compared to other coding stuff. But if you do it from scratch anyway. Like that, like Dark Basic is pretty much just like basic. We also had Ruby, I think it was just called Ruby on Rails course or some junk. There was a Java course. I don't think we had anything else. I think that was pretty much. Well, there was like the capstone courses as well. Those ones were like you get a project from a company and then you go through and program everything out that they wanted, but the whole first semester was about making the design document. So half of the course was making a design document for what you're going to make, and then the second half was actually coding it out and then turning it in so that they can make the college have their students work for them and make the college money. That's literally why that course was there. Oh, really? That's awesome. You know, I probably should have just continued to go into game programming after I graduated from college and just done that. I probably would have had a much more, like, fulfilling career. Because I could just do it right now. There's nothing stopping me. Literally just sitting here doing the same repetitive action over and over again in a video game. %. I probably actually would use some AI stuff if I were going to make a game right now, just to help with like writing and maybe some of the graphics and crap. Just because I don't have like a good ability to actually draw stuff. I mean, I can draw stuff, but it takes forever. But I probably would only use it. Like on the story stuff, you wouldn't want to use it solely for the story. Like you still need to put your own twists and everything on it and make sure that it isn't like just pumping out trash. But it could definitely help you get started. And if I had like infinite money, I wouldn't use it at all. So you could just hire people who are actually good at those things and will be way better than that crap can ever do. Oh, nice. Yeah. I don't think you should ever solely rely on any of those like generative AI model things for anything. And I find it disturbing that so many people are, and that companies are even turning to it to like replace people in jobs and stuff. It's really bad. It's going to result in a very bland overall landscape for like the internet and everything. Pretty much just like saps creativity from the entire world the more it's used, if it's solely used. And that's what the companies want from it. They want it to do all that stuff. They want it to replace workers. And that's not what it should be for. Like, it's just gonna turn out bad. Alright, haggling success. We are the ultimate haggling team. That will probably be replaced when the next chapter starts. Need to get scouting up somehow, but I'm not sure how to level that one. Let's activate it. Now to max casting. Sure, that one wouldn't be too hard, would it? Because you could just keep casting blind on the same enemy over and over again. Then you just rest for a bunch, and then you cast blind over and over again. It's already almost max though, so that's good. One starts out with, I think you start with 60. Around 60 or something. And I found like a trainer and stuff already. Alright, so I need to get his defense maxed out. He's probably going to be around for a majority of the game. I should buy this super book. Use that to get some of my scouting at least. The description for scouting said that it can find treasures and stuff that you wouldn't normally be able to see. So I do want to have that pretty high up. It also lets you get first strikes on enemies, which is pretty important since if you get hurt on the game, all of your effectivenesses go down. Let's save the game before I buy it. That's the lowest price I've seen on it, so I guess that's what we're gonna get. Still have another one? See, that happens whenever you read it. We need to set up our skills first. We go. Well, melee and scouting are both good. This guy will do casting and scouting. That's good. Stealth seems hard to level 2. I wonder if I should turn that on. Yeah, I'll turn it on. Okay, so it's gonna do, we're gonna get a little bit of a split. Lockpick. Hopefully I just never need to level this guy's lockpick. Could always go back to that start cave and level lockpicking any time. Just be a long walk. James flipped back to the cover of the book to reaffirm that the title had in some way been connected to the migration of birds. While the author had begun a discussion in winged wildlife, he had quickly meandered into a discussion of the famed battles of Mechimia, continued on to a reiteration of various battle songs, diverted to a rant about the prices of ale in the kingdom's taverns, tangentially lamented about the plight of magicians, and then ended on a humorous anecdote about his mother-in-law having consumed a vial of Fatimer's formula to outslug a Serrani warrior in a bar brawl. Look at that. All them abilities up. So let's pass it to the next person. It only went down to 99. All right. I wonder if this guy will buy scrolls. Or if I should even sell this or not. So there might be another caster you can hand it off to. I won't buy it. It's books only. No scrolls here. Hey, okay, I can sell these. There we go. Won't buy a crossbow though. Does this just keep working? Hmm. No, it does not. It worked twice on James for some reason. Maybe you just gotta read it later. Alright, let's move on here finally. Actually, is it nighttime now? The one house said to come back when it's nighttime. The sun's no longer in the sky. Oh, something's happening. Candlelight flashed in the wetness of her eyes as she continued. They will shrink away from her touch. They hate her so, hate her so. Find the magic touch, or you too may feel her icy kiss. The woman's head dropped to her lap, and James got up to leave. He started to speak, but thought better of it. He left the house as quietly as possible. Darn, I missed the first part of it. Oh, here it goes. Come in, said a gruff voice. They opened the door to a small dwelling and walked into a room lit by close to 100 candles. Shadows danced crazily on the walls. A sight so distracting it took James several moments before he noticed the strange old woman sitting cross-legged on the floor. No words were exchanged, but they walked across the room and sat on the floor in front of her. I shall speak of the Rusalki. As the woman spoke, she began to rock gently back and forth, her gravelly voice taking on a song-like quality. Innocence lost, lost. Spring blossoms robbed of carnal bliss. The goddess of death, their first kiss, their first kiss. As it says what I read earlier. Find the magic touch, or you too may feel her icy kiss. Let's capitalize magic touch. Found an inn. Time to do the barding, I guess. $26 golds. They were drunk enough to think it was fine. Perfect. Beautiful. All right. Well, he doesn't like James, apparently. Temple of Ruthia. We got 3 different temples unlocked so far. You can teleport to. Oh, that's where that Halo theme came from. We'll be right back. That was something. My thermostat's batteries died. I don't know why it's like running only on batteries though. It's plugged into the freaking wall. I wonder if they wired it wrong. Batteries are only supposed to be there as a backup when the power goes out. I thought it was getting a little chilly in here. James seethed. 4 times they had asked one of the temple's golden robed priestesses to send for the high priestess. 4 times they had been left waiting in the alcoves of the temple's central courtyard. When at last it became apparent that their repeated summons were not going to be answered, James shook his head. We don't have time for this. Let's get going. I need like a screenshot of this so I know where the temples are. I guess I could probably just look them up. But I only want to see the ones I've already been to though, so it's cheating to figure out where the other ones are. I do have a map here that came with the game. I guess I could have that open on... Well, I can't drag my mouse off the screen. Just keep going. Why is it nighttime? Oh, it's ninjas. We're gonna have to reload and hit way too many times. Right on, were you? Thanks a lot for dropping in and hanging out. Have a great one. Oh, he's running? Silverthorn antivenom. Alex Cross was a tumultuous town grown fat on the prosperity of centuries. Exotic gewgaws bulged in storefront windows, each mere fractions of the wealth that coursed daily through the busy trading town. Over it all loomed the impressive bulk of the Abbey Ishop, a temple nearly as ancient as the Kingdom of the Isles itself. House. Are there two different ends?
Mind the door.
Ivan scowled. Hope you haven't come for the match. It's already over. What kind of match? You're in the Queen's Row and you can ask that question. A chess match, of course. It was wondrous. Jamie Tiller was defending his title against that snot-nosed brat from the Abbey, Kyle Fisher. Jamie opened, moved his queen's pawn to fourth rank. Fisher opened with Aber's gambit, arrogant. But Jamie actually maneuvered into it with his knight. I was thinking that he was going for the queen, but he sacrificed his king's rook and took the priest. It's a brilliant move, but it left his own queen vulnerable, didn't it? Got a good head for the game, senor. Prince likes to play, but we don't always have a board handy. Once you learn to play in your head, a board almost becomes redundant. I have to admit it's tougher earlier into the game, more pieces to keep track of. Still fun to watch though. That's why the Queen's Row is here. Perhaps I can relate the rest of the game over ale. Assuming you gents are buying. What can I get you today? Lost and found. Tell me what it is, but he's gonna sell it to me for 50 sovereigns. Right? Have there been any bandit attacks? The only thing I've heard recent is that Lord Lighton's got a bunch of tax collectors stopping folks that are trying to get in and out of Lighton. Some ridiculous high amount of gold. If folks don't have it, the collectors direct them the other way or end up splitting their spleens for them. Of course, the merchants around here wouldn't make a pence if they stood for it. They've apparently found some way to sneak around the guards. This game actually have chess in it? Or you have to have an emerald.
The name is Grand Petruma.
Grand Petruma. She's senile. She thinks that you're a different person. There's someone who looks just like James who's heading to Lighton. When James was captured, at some point they kept asking him about places he'd never been. Okay. And your after's named Lyle Rigger. Be hiding in Darkmoor in a common storage bin. Actually, a book of prayers. Most of the psalms dealt with the mythology surrounding the defender goddess and her frequent clashes with the war god, Tith Onanka. It advised which prayers should be said upon waking, which should be used before sleeping, before eating, before entering inns, and most importantly, which should be mouthed before entering battle, so that the defender goddess would add her favor to the faithful's ability to defend him or herself. It also mentions in passing that the goddess would also lend her favor to those that drank the Dalatail milk, sometimes sold by her followers. Okay, so free defense. Oh yeah, we need to do the barding. That's why I was trying to get this menu open. He keeps getting it on the first try. It is the same inn, okay. A man halted them. Ticket, he barked through gapped teeth. James failed to respond quickly enough. He leaned closer and shouted, "Are you deaf? I'll need your lecture ticket." "What if we don't have a ticket?" James replied. The man smiled an unpleasant smile, poking his thumb at four extremely well-developed soldiers who looked to be members of Malak's Cross's constabulary. He squinted. "Do you have tickets for this evening's lecture or no?" "No," James said, backing into the street. "We don't want any trouble. We'll be leaving now." The door slammed closed. Our teleporter?
The Abbey is at your service.
Abbot Graves. Welcome, gentlemen. What brings you to the Abbey shop? My young charge here wished to visit your famed school of nobles. I don't think he would have let us leave Malak's Cross without paying you a visit. Well. I'm pleased to see that our reputation precedes us. Am I to assume you're interested in becoming a new pupil, or are you visiting from our estimable rival, the Academy of Magicians at Stardock? My father would never allow me to study magic formally, even though he more than has the financial resources to send me to Stardock. He thinks it's a waste of a young noble's time to spend 10 and 20 years with his nose stuck in a book, yet be hardly capable of doing anything else. If it weren't for a magician named Petrus that I met once, I wouldn't know anything of magic at all. It is true that magicians study for longer periods of time with fewer visible results. But no course of study is a waste of time. And while magic is not a primary staple in our directed studies here, Magician Pug is kind enough to occasionally send instructors from Stardock to lecture on issues that involve magicians, if you would be interested in enrolling. Good morning, Fordola. I beat Scarmond. Beat the game. It was pretty solid overall. Definitely enjoyed it. That game was made with RPG Maker, but they had a ton of different plugins that they used to make it look the way it does and play the way it does. RPG Maker MV, it said they used. Maybe someday. Be interesting to do, like, you could do like 4-job fiestas with that game for sure. Although you get all the classes immediately, but yeah. I regret that we don't have time for that kind of detour. He is on crucial business that takes him elsewhere. What about you, Senor? Is there anything in our curricula that interests you? Books and scrolls? I'm a bit too old for that sort of thing now. Really? How unfortunate for you. Now I was preparing to offer you a chance to attend a lecture on tactics that is being taught by one of our guest instructors. Now I think on it, you probably wouldn't be interested. It's being taught by this, odd fellow, a one-eyed gentleman who goes by the name Bastira. You mean Guy du Bastira? King Leon's first advisor? Yes, I believe that's his title. It's part of the Abbey shop's arrangement with King Liam. In exchange for setting aside part of our facilities here for the purposes of education, the King occasionally will loan us some of the finest minds in the kingdom. It works to our mutual benefit. I can still arrange to allow you in if you're still interested for a small donation of 20 sovereigns. Sure. I think we can make time. Where do we need to go? In town near the Queen's Row. There's a small hall that we have observed or reserved for Guy's speech. Simply present this ticket at the door. They'll admit you all. I believe you will be in for a stimulating evening. Thank you. We are looking forward to it. Done. I don't know what he's going to teach in there. It's probably going to be melee. Let's exit and set our dudes up. I spent an hour grinding out haggling just a bit ago. You just go into the shop, click haggle on everything, leave the shop, go back, and then click haggle on everything. Over and over again. Let's turn melee on here. Turn these off, turn that on. Also grinded out defense earlier by putting a weight on my D key in combat after I almost kill an enemy. In the sewers, they don't run for some reason. So they have you can get them down to 5 HP. Which, if they have, say, 50 HP as their max, it means all of their abilities are at 10% efficiency. So then they just have 1% hit rate probably, or less. This never hit you. You can spam defend and then get all your defense up. I need to find a way to max out melee because that's actually really important. I wonder if you can turn your sword off and just swing at them with your fists. Oh, it might even just teach assessment, which would be crap. It's pretty much a useless skill. A man took the ticket at the door, waving smoke from his face. James was surprised by the number of young nobles seated in the lecture hall, most looking as if they would rather be drinking ale in the tavern across the street. Despite that, they made friendly company as they offered up seats to James and his companions. All rise for Guy of Rillanon, first advisor to the throne of Kingdom of Isles. A page announced from the rear of the room. After an uncomfortably long wait, a pair of men dressed in purple tabards advanced to the foot of the rude stage and took up station. The looks on their faces stern and watchful. Quick behind them was a man dressed all in black, from tunic to trousers to the patch over his left eye. Mounting the stage between his escorts, he looked out on the assemblage as if they were all his soldiers in the field. Seeing James, a smile touched the first advisor's face. It seems I'm not the only first advisor here, James of Krondor, the guy said, motioning for everyone to take their seats. I'm surprised Prince Aerotho could spare your company. James shrugged and covered with a quick lie that seemed to satisfy all in the room, as anxious as the rest for the lecture to begin. Hours passed after a lengthy discussion of the battles at Deep Taunton and the siege of the Shamata garrison. The first advisor finished his lecture and dismissed his boggled students. Stepping down from the podium to speak with James, a grave look was upon Guy's face as he grasped the senior's shoulder. You're lucky most of the men in this room don't know Aerotha, Guy whispered, glancing at Owen. If they did, none of them would believe you had been sent to Romney to fetch this puny little squire. I am also curious. Uh, I am also curious to know why you're traveling in the company of a dark brother. Seeing the fire burning in the advisor's good eye, James realized the old man was asking the questions in deadly earnest, and that his two escorts were standing close for reasons other than show. I'll not have Arutha betrayed. Waiting until the rest of the students had been shunted out the door, James quickly began to explain the situation, allowing Gorath to fill in the details, which he only partially knew. When he mentioned the Nighthawks and Romney, the first advisor nodded. Prince Arutha is right to send you to Romney, the guy said. There's a group of kingdom men there. I had Duke de 70 send them a few months ago when we heard about the guild troubles brewing there. We had suspicions the Guild of Death was involved. Grabbing up his cloak, the first advisor nodded to his escorts to check the streets. If anyone in the kingdom can find the Nighthawks, that would be those men from Bastira. They've been of great help in the cause of the kingdom over the past few years. I warn you, however, they made quite a few enemies along the way. Watch your step between here and the Black Sheep Tavern. Once the guards had indicated that the road was clear, Guy was gone, and the building's watcher shuffled them outside. Oh, it is assessment. Darn it. I guess I might as well reload to make the best of it. So the less of these that you have ticked, the more powerful it is to tick it. Which means that if you have only assessment on, you'll get like a pretty big bonus when you walk in there. So it counts even for trainers. Right. Melee and scouting. I think get like 20%. That's huge. I guess we're done at Malik's Crossing here. I mentioned that the town over here. Oh yeah, it's right there, Darkmoor. They mentioned that over there there's a guy who looks a lot like James. So I guess we'll go over there. One of these places is the inn. I'm still trying to find.
Krondor's teeth!
Oh, this is the guy I was looking for. We could be twins, yes, so it seems. Seeing you, a great number of things suddenly seem crystal clear to me. What's your association with the Mockers in Krondor? What do you mean? I don't... Stop the idiot act, Lyle. I know you have something to do with the Mockers in Krondor. A few months ago, I was abducted by a band of cutthroats dressed as Nighthawks while I was investigating a rumor in the sewers. At the time, I thought they had abducted me because I was close to Aretha. That wasn't the case at all, was it? That must mean things have gotten even worse than the upright man imagined. When he sent word for me and Kesh... Excuse me, did you say Kesh, as in the Great Empire of? You of all people should know that the upright man has contacts everywhere, including under the Empress's nose. I couldn't very well operate the single most powerful guild in Midkemia without them. But as I was saying, he sent for me and Kesh, and asked for me to take a boat into Silden and check on a group of thieves who operated there. I can't really say more, but I confirmed the upright man's suspicions. If you should get to Krondor before I do, tell one of the thieves, a boy named Lim, that I think the upright man's right. I'm quite positive now that the crawler is not Jocko Radburn. He should give you a reward for the information. Go to Krondor. Tell Lim that the crawler is not Jocko Radburn. Okay? There's something in the offing that threatens the prince. Don't worry your head. The Nighthawks in Krondor were likely sent into Krondor to kill the upright man after I fumbled up matters investigating in Silden. Not go after Arutha. This crawler fellow that's running the new Thieves Guild is determined to expand his empire, but he's been busy infiltrating other guilds. He's the Shadow Prince behind half a dozen, most notably the new guild of the Romney. He's also training his men in magic. A whole band of thieves trained as magicians? I don't like the sound of that at all. Neither do I. Though for much different reasons. I'm still working on finding out who's training them. Last trail I followed, I heard word that someone enlightened wished to buy glory hands, magic artifacts. I had heard something about. I found a skeletal hand near Selthanon, and I sold it to a fellow enlightened named Glover. I figured if they were magicians, they'd spot the substitution. Perhaps I could have a lead. But they bought it from you and killed your lead? How'd you find the skeletal hand? You'll probably find this a bit distasteful, but I was going to dig up somebody from the Selthanon graveyard. Just borrow a hand, since that part of the world has been deserted for quite some time. I thought it would be my best bet to find what I needed without getting caught. Fortunately, some old ghoul saved me the trouble. I had no idea that this fellow was up to with the corpse. Or what this fellow was up to with the corpse. But he was dragging it through this field like he was heading to the graveyard. At one point, he apparently got tired or thirsty and left the body for a bit. I went over to liberate this dead man of his hand. But before I could finish, the old man came back. Since I nearly had the hand off, I came back the next day to see if it had wiggled loose in the transport. So you found it and sold it to Glover and Leighton? Just so, but my troubles didn't end there. There were a few men in Leighton who recognized me, apparently men working for the crawler. Seems that he's issued a death token on my head after I was spotted in Silden. So since then I've been lying low. Understandable. Someday if we should meet again, I would like to talk to you some more. Find out more about where you came from. You mean find out if we're brothers? It's not likely. I was born in Tulin and only came to Krondor about 3 years ago when the upright man sent for me. I was never sure why he sent for me, but apparently he had heard of me. But he is odd that way. I doubt I'll ever understand the way his mind works. That makes two of us. Thank you for this talk, at least. You've been quite a help to us, and it's been interesting seeing how others see me. I hope we can meet again. Yeah, the Upright Man is like the leader of the Thieves Guild in Krondor. And he's also this guy's dad, but he doesn't know it. So see, if you right click their name, you can see their history, basically like a bio of them. James is the son of the Upright Man, the leader of the Thieves Guild in Krondor, though James is not aware of his true heritage. So he doesn't know it's his dad. But we do. We know because it says that he is. Right there. It's kind of weird. You'd think that they'd have you figure that out through the story. Characters need to sleep, but I don't know where the inn is here. This one? No. Did they have no inn? I thought I stayed at an inn when I was here last time. Here it is. I guess I could go back to Krondor to report to the dude in the sewer. Seems like it's just an optional side quest, though. Krondor is way further than this town was from the other one. It's right here. I wonder if I should go right and then teleport over there, because I think there's a teleport spot like right around here. Just walk it. Hey. Alright.
Hello, old friend.
I guess this guy's a accountant. It says or. So say yes, give him a drink. Wake up, friend, tell me what you know. Rumors? My goodness me. I'm not the kind to consort with the rumor mongers. No, sire. You should know that. Of course, I do occasionally hear a few facts that are of interest to people. Accounting is a fascinating business, you know? All the figures and such. I guess it's supposed to be like drunk. Something a little more lively, if you please. Stolen cows, cheating wives, dishonest traders, that sort of thing. The prurient... Prurient? There's too many R's in that word. The prurient and the scatological, eh? Well, let me think on it. I believe I heard something last week. At least, I believe it was last week. Maybe it was the week before that. Couldn't have been more before that annexation in Malik's Cross. If you please, Nivik. We'd like to get out of here before tomorrow. I would be most pleased to accommodate you, but it seems that my mouth has grown a bit dry. What do you say? Buy me another drink? Sure. Ah, now that's much better. What was I saying? Oh yes, about the story. There was this fellow that lives near Sethanon that has filed 3 new claims on land in the past year. 3, you understand that? Is there something suspect about his purchases? Oh, his selections of land are nice enough. Prime pieces of land, matter of fact. But he's without a title. How's a person of ignoble birth managed to buy 3 prime estates? Tell me that. What's the fellow's name? Perhaps we should look into it. What kind of question is that now? You think I carry my ledger about in my head? I mean, you might as well ask, ask me the name of Prince Arutha's wife. You mean tell me that you can't remember Princess Anita's name? No. What's her name? You tell me about the man near Sethanon. What else do you know about him? Oh, I think his name was Fibber. Oh, that's not right. Fleeber? Monk's Finger, Maps Flipper, Fever, Maxi Fever. That's it. You know, I'm really getting tired now. Maybe I should go home. There's still a few things I need to know. Think you can hold out for just a few more minutes? Sure. I can do it. Need something else to drink, though. That hit the... what? I suppose you mean that your drink hit the mark. Why don't you tell us a little more about this Max Feber character? That's boring. Let's talk about the last year. Did you know that for every cow in Midkimia, we get a gold sovereigns a year alone just for this manure? For their manure? Did you know that? Bet you didn't. For every duck, Max Feber. I want to know about Max Feber. Okay, Maxi Feber. I know that he was trying to buy up some of the property left in Sethanon a few years back from Jared Glycro. But Jared wouldn't sell to no one. So Moxie cooked up this idea. Sure you don't want to hear about the ducks? Nope. Tell us about Max. What did he do? He got himself a shovel and dug to try to scare Jared. Of course, Jared wasn't scared of nothing. but it sure frightened him. Frightened Nia. I have that Saga collection. It's pretty good. I played through Final Fantasy Legend 1 on it. It's them OG Saga games. Legend 3 is my favorite out of them. So what was he digging up? I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Maybe I could buy you another drink. What? You haven't run out of money yet? Oh, in that case, I have another. If you're buying. Grab your near Sethanon. Graveyard near Sethanon. That's where he's digging. He was digging. Afraid of ghosts. And Jared wasn't. Not at all. Just Nia. Little old Nia. Where do you think he got the funds to buy the land? Said that he got it in a hole. All the money's in the hole. Just gotta go to get it. Ain't afraid of ghosts. What are you talking about? Where is he going? I think I go home now. One more ticket to be able to keep him going? Sure. The text is getting more and more messed up. You know, it was a Undertaker key. Man, under the sewers? Tried to sell it home, but I'm no criminal. Oh, I'm gonna be sick, he says. The what? I don't understand. Okay, I think I've abused you enough for now. Sleep well, Nivik. I think we know all we need to know. They just have him sitting there still. How did I lose a percentage? Oh, might be just because of his health is down by 1.
go there.
14 years away and the mockers are just as I left them. I want you to send word to the upright man that Senior James needs access to the sewers. For a few hours. Senior James? Oh, well now that's different. Given all the talk about mockers rest for the better part of a 2-month. Night Master has been right straight that we assist you in whatever manner we could. Why is that? I'm sure I don't know. I just do as the Night Master says. He also said we were to answer any questions you might have. Silden. Spoke to Lyle Rigger and he told me to tell you that he's confirmed the upright man's suspicion. He says the crawler is not Jocko Redburn. That at least is a relief. Leastways we know where they're coming from for sure now. Did he tell you anything else? He said something about a reward. I give you the seal he asked for. Of course, if you ask me, it's a piddling price for it. Me, myself, I don't think I would have asked for anything less than a shiner, and a good quality one at that. Yeah, I still have my copy of Final Fantasy Legend 2. Whenever I was a kid, got the box and manual and everything. It's probably the worst of the 3, to be honest, though. Like, Legend 3 is very good. It's my favorite out of the 3 of them. Legend 1 was pretty decent. Legends 2, like, it's still good, but it's like really hard compared to the other 2. At least it was when I was a kid going through it. It might have just been because I didn't really understand how everything worked on it. Have you taken anything off the men who were posing as mockers? They're not much for carrying treasure, but yeah, I found a few nice bits. Tumbled a corpse I found near the sea gate just this morning. If the price is right, I might be interested in buying the booty from you. That's so. The price is 100 gold. So they don't carry anything of any value. Seems it's of value to you, and I say it's worth 100 sovereigns if it's worth a pence. Oh. Does this dude have a hat on? What is that? Graphics, like, unless they're like this where it hurts my eyes, I don't mind like most pixel art. This here is about as bad as you could get. Like this game looks terrible. Let's say yes and reload if it Was that bad? Crap is this thing? Blazer's Guild Seal. And generally used by nobles or priests. It's a handle made of ivory from which depended several silk streamers. Ended. Okay. I think it's just saying it has silk cloth or silk strips that are attached to the handle, but it's a really weird way to write that. The seal itself was of 3 pots stacked one atop another. Symbol associated with the powerful Glazers Guild of Romney. And for me, the I do like really good pixel art, but I don't care if the pixel art is simplistic, because, like, you know, the first games I played were on like Atari and stuff. you were literally like a little square. But the gameplay and like the story and stuff are far more important than how a game looks. Granted, it doesn't literally hurt your eyes. When it hurts your eyes like Octopath Traveler and stuff, and you can get like headaches and crap from it, then it definitely makes sense to avoid it. What did that dude give me? What did I pay 100 gold for? I don't see anything new in my inventory. I think he might have charged me 100 gold for some healing potions. It's like extremely overpriced. Why headaches? Because they put depth of field effects on 45% of the screen all the time on Octopath Traveler 1. Unless you mod it. You can mod it and get rid of it, but by default it looks.
Oh, go there.
Like I literally get headaches if I play it with the default settings. It's not an overreaction, it's like it's a physical thing that happens. Also, the colors they use on Octopath Traveler are trash as well. Use the default stuff. Here, I'll show you real quick. So I made a whole like what do you call that? I can't remember the name of the program that does it. Oh, Reshade. I made a reshade filter for that game. On top of turning off the depth of field effects and stuff. The depth of field effects are just, it's an Unreal Engine game, so you just change a settings file for that. Let me see here. It's a different kind of blur. It's like the same blur that you have if you take glasses off and you can't see good. Is how depth of field looks. Whereas Betrayal Krondor is actually sharp. There is no blur. It's just that the pixel quality or the pixel density is so low. Okay. So this game here, this is it with all the mods on and stuff. This is how it looks if you don't have any mods. But I can't turn the blur back on without changing the configuration file. But if I did not have that configuration file changed, imagine having like a giant oval over the whole screen and the entire outside of that oval being blurred regardless of any depth. That's how it works on here. So like that NPC that's standing in the background with the dots above his head would be pretty much a blurry spot. You wouldn't be able to tell what he is at all. That's how this game looks by default. Yeah, see, whenever you put this filter on that I made, the game looks way more like an actual SNES game. And you can actually see the colors on things instead of having washed out garbage like this. Like, I don't know what the crap they were thinking. Here we go. I cannot believe that the game actually looks like that by default. I saw it with my own two eyes. It's the perfect. It's the perfect scene right there. We're showing the game's horrible graphic style. It's only ruined by the depth of field as well. Like the game's pixel art and everything is actually really good, and they destroy it themselves for no reason. Well, it's a kind of combination of the depth of field issues and then the brightness. They went way overboard with sun rays and brightness everywhere. How's it going, pup? how's the uh how's the Scarmon playthrough going? So here's a screenshot for Dolo. It's part of a YouTube video, but this is what the game actually looks like by default. Doesn't that look real good? Like the entire, almost the whole screen is blurry. We got the perfect quote too. I saw it with my own two eyes. Yeah, see, here's how it looks. All right, on pup. There's like a combat screen here. They combat screens don't look too bad. Aside from that, the brightness is way out of hand in certain areas. Like this is inside of a cave, so it's not super bright. Yeah, see how like this, like all the color is gone from this sprite almost because it's like way overblown. I was just showing Ferdola how like the graphical style on Octopus Traveler by default is really bad, only because of this depth of field blur. You see here in the front of the screen as well how it's super blurry here. Like this plant, you can't even tell that, like you can't see any of the details on it at all. Yeah, what I was trying to show you with this here with the brightness thing, I made a filter for it's called the Octo Clean Traveler. It's up on that one site that has all the mods on it and stuff. I don't remember the name of the site. Nexus mods. It's up on there. Yeah, I show you here. So this is with it on, with my mod on. So you see how all the colors like pop and everything looks like it's on an actual like SNES style, and you can see really good. If I push this button and disable my filter, this is how the game looks by default. Aside from that, the depth of field bullcrap is off, so there's no blur anywhere. So it's like crazy bright by default. I don't know why they thought this was good. If you play Octopath Traveler 2, it looks more like this. Like they might have actually looked at the game whenever they were making it on Octopath Traveler 2. Like 2 looks way better than 1. It's also a way better game than 1. I actually haven't beaten this game. I beat Octopath Traveler 2 in like, you know, contiguous play, like, you know, days. I just kept wanting to play more of 2. Whereas 1, I just like, I get a little ways in and I was like, man, this is just like super boring every time. Just, I don't know. I think I like the characters and everything on 2 a lot more. Well, I'm not saying anything about this setting or story or anything. Just, just about how it looks real bad by default. Yeah, if you just get reshade and then download that filter thing that I have up there, turn off the depth of field setting, which people will tell you how to do if you look around for it. It's just like changing a 1 to a 0 in a settings file. Then it'll look like this, and it looks real nice and it's pretty good as far as like, you know, not messing with your eyes and such. I also bought this one with the money that my brother got me. I bought this Drova game. Just said it's kind of like a combination of Diablo and Gothic. This one's a German-made game. Oh, you guys can't see the whole screen, but you see enough of it to see what's going on. I don't want to switch my filters around to have to redo it when I turn Betrayal Krondor back on. Yeah, this one looks super cool. %96 thumbs up on Steam. That's pretty crazy. And they have 4,345 reviews. And then I got this one, Romancing Saga 2.
Let us tell you the tale of the Beren Empire and the generations of emperors that led it into prosperity. Discover the story of Romancing Saga 2, Revenge of the Seven. The seven heroes were once hailed as saviors, but the ancients feared their power and banished them to another dimension. They have now returned as villains bent on revenge. As legions of fiends swarm the world, you take on the role of ruler of the Beren Empire.
Praise be to the Empire.
As the story progresses, if you abdicate, or if your emperor is defeated in battle, you'll select the new emperor from a variety of potential heirs. Thanks to the inheritance magic that passes the abilities from one emperor to another, you will grow stronger across successive generations to defend your legacy and defeat the seven heroes.
We will have our vengeance.
The Emperor cannot save the world on their own. To build your team is as simple as going into a tavern. While you're at it, don't forget to help yourself to a tasty beverage on the house. Recruit powerful allies from existing Imperial forces, freelance specialists, or alliances you've made. Select from over 30 different classes featuring a wide variety of professions and races, each with their own favorite weapon, unique abilities, and effective tactics. Before throwing yourselves into the next battle, prepare your retinue's weapon techs and spells. Finally, choose from a wide range of formations which provide unique benefits to your team. More formations will become available as the story progresses. Freely explore the vast Beren Empire and discover its various locations and cultures. Don't be shy and speak with the inhabitants to unlock new locations along your journey. You'll meet dangerous foes, but also potential allies. Different outcomes will rise depending on your approaches and choices.
Should you
This is Romancing Saga 2
we'll
remake.
Be right here.
What is your particular quarrel with the heroes? That they threaten the peace or the size of your empire? Your honesty is refreshing. I shall ensure that my people will assist you.
Developing the Empire in its capital Avalon over the successive generations is essential to create the most powerful battle retinue as possible. After finishing a key quest line, a new region will join your empire and contribute to its economy, which means more income to develop Avalon. Build key facilities such as the Smithy and the Incantations Lab.
So in this game, you have a bunch of different classes you can be. And like it said, if your emperor dies, you can replace them with a new emperor or empress. And you have to keep on doing that till you meet all the goals or whatever that you gotta do. I think even when you do win, though, you still have to replace them. I was watching Dr. Mandar play it, and it's like the game seems to be split across a bunch of different years. So it says like 130 years later, and you gotta pick a different person. So how's it going, Misty?
Upgrade them through generations to get access to advanced equipment and spells. Face deadly fiends in timeline turn-based battles. Spend battle points to use weapon techs and spells. Be careful of the life points. If they reach 0, the retinue member will die and become permanently removed from the game. Try using different weapon types and spells to find out what is most effective on your foes. Exploiting their weaknesses will fill the overdrive gauge and unlock the powerful united attack. New techniques can occasionally be glimmered by using other weapon skills. After each battle, depending on how you fought, your retinue stats will level up. Which powerful allies will you make along your journey? Will you be up to the challenge of this epic battle that plays out over thousands of years? From how you expand the Empire to what order you challenge the 7 heroes, your actions and decisions will dramatically alter the course of your journey. Romancing Saga 2, Revenge of the Seven, available now. A free demo is also available, and you can transfer your progress over to the full game once purchased.
Available now. Alrighty, let's get the Betrayal Krondor back going, I suppose. Dang old pirates attacking me. on. You can't turn your sword off? Try to turn my sword off so I can see if I can just hit him with my fist. Because I want to level up the melee ability. Whoops. Stack them up. I wonder if I should grab this junkie sword. Damage is still gonna be about the same anyway. Am I even going the right way? No. Wait, does this go to Sethanon though? Oh, it does. I guess I could go up that way. That's fine. See what's in that town. Where does this go? Ah, there's a treasure chest over here. Riddle box, so we get to have a riddle. They feel no pain, no sorrow, no greed. They have no anger, no hatred, nor need. Dead. Got him. That was the easy one. Oh, there's nothing good inside of it. Okay. And Amber's dog is barking like crazy. Probably a critter wandering around out there. field? Hmm. I wish this game had music when you're just walking around. Like I don't know why it doesn't. Corn was too young. Discarding the ear he had picked, James shrugged his shoulders. Eating this would make us sick. Let's move on. What is this? Something's buried into the dirt. Oh. Just garbage. Tanners. Yeah, they said something about chests to the south of Tanner's on that little note that I have. Was that the chest I just got? Maybe there's a different one. Horn of Algon Cocoon. Or cocoon. Let's see. Could have come from a mature dragon. No man alive would dare fight such a creature for so trivial a trophy. Puzzling too were the dog shapes carved on the horn. Oh, practice loot. Oh, you can only use it 30 times though? Man. Am I gonna become an ultimate musician if I can only play my loop 30 times? You can keep buying them. Okay. Looks like only the one character learns from this one. So dumb. Can I sell it back to him when it has just one charge left? Oh, it does give the party. No, it doesn't. It only give. I think it only gave the one guy. Why is this not checked? 30, 36, 77. He gained a lot of ability from just one of them. So that's pretty nice. It was expensive though. Oh, they're closed. It disappears on the last use. Okay. Get a better price than that. Come on now. Master Hagglers, how come the price isn't going down where it's supposed to? That's pretty good, 36. Alright, I was wanting to try to sell the old one. How much will he give me for it? Whoops. Alright, that's the old one. 4 royals, that's not worth it. It's 4 silver. It's really weird, this game calls your money gold and silver in some places, and it calls it sovereigns and royals in others. And down here it shows it as sovereigns and royals. It would have made sense just to use gold, silver everywhere because it's way easier to differentiate. If you use an S and then you call the smaller currency silver sometimes, it's not a good idea. Let's play a new tune now. It's getting better. It's like piano flex. How's it going, Smitty? Yep, we're doing tedious grinding. That's all I know of Betrayal at Krondor so far. A game where you tediously grind over and over again. At least the way I've been playing. It's like, oh, I can take this up to 100 now? Might as well do it now. To 93 already. So we only need like one more to max it out. It took 3 loops to max his jams potential. Should have made it so that it has a chance to not go down the higher music skill you have. So that you can use it a whole bunch of times when you're higher level. The character's smart enough not to like damage his strings like crazy. Am I going crazy? Does that say 101% right now? What? What? I thought 100 was the max for everything. Oh, it went back down to 100 now. Okay. He temporarily was better than he could possibly be. I don't understand the books. Like, I've seen it give points to one of the characters twice, but it doesn't seem to. Maybe it's just like a rare thing you can get to happen. Well, there it goes. I guess you could just spam the book. Or not. Midday to midnight. Detected a faint, familiar scent of lye, more pungent aromas they were meant to erase. It would be a foolish tavern keeper who neglected to have a cleaning boy close at hand where men drank to excess. Who are these guys? They begin to sing the refrain. This kingdom mine with my blood I've paid, to guard against all who oppose her. At last he had finished with the tune, he found his audience would say in a stunned silence, their gazes all fixed on him. Tavern Keeper give you 31 sovereigns. That was beautiful. Where is the Tavern Keeper? This guy? Shifty-eyed man motioned them over. Boys, he said. Snake Eyes. Spitzer's the name. Feeling lucky tonight? You're looking lucky. How about a game of dice? Amber looked up, making a fist. He shook it under James's nose, smiled wickedly as he opened his palm to reveal a pair of dice. The game is dice, my friend, the gambler said, sitting back down. Winner wins half as much as he bets. How much gold will you wager? Winner wins half as much as he bets. I'm guessing what he means to say there is that if you bet 50, you'll get 75 if you win. I don't trust this guy. Nope. Doesn't seem to be an innkeeper here. Wait, inn? Okay, he's like inside of a room to the left. Where this old woman appeared in a tattered shawl with different shoes on each foot. One of them shadow people. I hate them shadow peoples, she croaked. The look of contempt suddenly turned to fear. They're everywhere, you know. Could be slipping in my door right now. The thought obviously terrified her. Without warning, she disappeared into the house, slamming the door. Dang old shadow people. What crap is that thing? Oh, what the? Ah, electricity. How do you get through this one? Oh, you can push it. Oh no! Ernest? Seems like you have to get shot by the two side things. It still shot me, but that thing should be in the way. What the heck? Was there just like straight up no way to get through this one without... Getting hit at least once. Still gonna get shot again anyway, I think. Yeah. But maybe you have to push this solid one up there. Alternative is just to walk into one of the cannons, which only does hurt you for 30, but I wanted to see if there's a way to get through without getting hit at all. Need to push it over one more. Yeah, I was trying to understand how these different things work in the trap here. So it seems like the clear one's there because they're using it to destroy one of these electricity poles that's behind this one. Here and do this, it blows up, it breaks this crystal, the one that's behind there. There we go. Gotta figure it out. Oh, shoot. Well, we've already been going for over 9 hours here. I think I might try to get some sleep in. Try to attempt to fix the schedule a bit, because I woke up at like around midnight. Or not midnight, I guess it was earlier than that since I've been on for 9 hours. I think I woke up around like 8:30 p.m. Which is not great.